Hey,
Hey, hey.
hello.
Hello. I will be streaming the things this time.
Dun dun dun.
Also recording it.
Dun dun dun.
That's okay. I got OBS. But that is why we've got Spec T in the channel. I made a dummy account so that I can
Mm.
stream from the version where you can't see what the fuck is going on in DM land.
Yeah, I was like, what is Specty?
Spec T, Spectator. First name Spec, last name Tater.
Mr. Tater to you.
Mr. Tater Tots. But yeah, I think it'll be okay. Maybe. Holy shit, there's 2 people watching?
Huh?
Says there's 2 people watching. I didn't even tell anybody that I was live.
Hmm.
That's weird.
Dun dun dun.
Oh, maybe it's because I'm watching myself
Could be.
on 2 different platforms. That's probably it. That's definitely it.
I'm excited. One, I've been excited to figure out what was in there. We had to figure it out. That cliffhanger.
Dun dun dun.
And I'm also excited because I don't have to work tomorrow.
That's
I
always something to be
requested
excited
off.
about. I'm off until the 30th. Saved up all my vacation days.
Yeah, I
Yes, Patrick.
requested off the day
I don't
before
know
and the
what
day
your work is,
after.
but okay, that's good. Now get in your at-rest position, baby. Off you pop.
I took off the day before and the day after Christmas, and they didn't approve the day before until like I think it was like a week ago. I was like, yes,
Why'd they take so long?
because they were like 5 people like ahead of me in the wait list, and it was like 5 people ahead of me for like 2 months, and
It's a
then I
long
guess they
time.
figured that because they were asking people for overtime and everything, so I guess they got enough people to do like overtime and whatnot.
That's
So
good.
yep, I'm just taking it. Like, okay, cool. Yeah, I my one of my grandfather's birthday is Christmas, and then my grandmother's the day after Christmas. So normally we go to my one grandparents' house one day and my other grandparents' house the other day, uh, and then we. So it's usually the day after Christmas we go and celebrate the birthdays, and then on Christmas celebrate Christmas with my other grandmother. So I hope I have all
It's
the
a lot of
Christmas
traveling.
presents.
Hmm?
I don't even remember if I have everybody's Christmas presents ready. I just kind of I bought stuff and then I put it in the other room and then I haven't looked at it.
Sounds about right.
Uh,
My
yep.
presents are in the trunk of my car in a box.
I just like I didn't even realize like it was Christmas. It was November like last weekend. I don't really know what happened. Um
The fuck is December?
and then I'm like I got some presents for people and then I'm like I don't know how I'm going to get some of these to people. Like I don't
Mail?
know how I'm going to get your Christmas present to you. Yeah, I guess I could mail it.
I mean,
Or
mail.
just drop it off to your house.
Throw it
This
at
is
a
like throw it
door.
outside.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Ah, I finally got the advent calendar that I ordered for Patrick all the way back in mid-November. Got it
Mm.
yesterday and he was completely trashed. This was the day after I filed to report that I had never received the package.
Mm-hmm. That's usually when it shows up, and
Yeah,
then
yeah, yeah, yeah. It was only a month late. It's cool. It's cool. Only an entire month late.
Mail's been pretty bad. I get yelled
Yes.
at because I think Capital One controls the mail. I didn't know if you're aware of that.
Capital
Um,
One, like the credit card company?
oh yeah, we control the mail. That's why the debit card doesn't come. It's our fault. None of the mail comes. Like they haven't gotten mail for weeks. That's our fault. Um, we also get yelled at because we don't handle Chase accounts and we don't control Walmart. Apparently, Capital One bought Walmart at some point. I was unaware,
What?
and we're supposed to control Walmart. And why is there a long line in Walmart? Yeah,
What
there's
do
a lot
you
of things we
you
get yelled
really
at. So
control Walmart?
no, we don't control Walmart. We don't sell shoes. I've gotten yelled at before because I can't refund. Like I can't give her a new size of the shoe she ordered.
But your
Yeah,
credit cards.
yeah. I got yelled at because I couldn't help somebody with their Chase account.
But your Capital One, not Chase.
Well, you're telling me no one there can help me? That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, you called the wrong number. Try the one on the back of your card.
Yeah. Yeah, the one person's like, "I got this pair of shoes and it's, the wrong size and you need to send me the right size." I'm like, "You need to call the shoe company."
Yeah, that sounds like a shoe problem.
Then what am I calling you for?
I don't
I
know.
don't
You tell me.
know. That is a good question. I'm trying to figure that out too.
It's a extremely, extremely good question.
Mhm. And I had such a frustrating call today because the one woman, she wanted an answer, but like she wanted to know like when is my refund going to arrive? And I'm like, "Okay, when did the company send it to you?" And every time I asked her that, she gave me a different answer. And I asked her probably about 40 times, so there was about 40 different answers. And I'm like, "Yeah, without you telling me consistent information, it's very hard for me to give you an answer." And she was like getting mad because like when she would say they sent it last week, I said it should be here by this day. Well, they sent it today. Well, then it'll be here by this day. Oh, they sent it a month ago. Then it should have already gotten here. And she's getting mad and I'm like, "You keep changing your answer." And my answer is consistent, 10 business days. Are you okay? Wait. Cleaning
Me?
up blood and have to boot up the computer.
Wait, what? What happened?
Yeah,
I did.
I'm reading the
What?
chit chattery.
What? Blood. Oh shit.
Um,
No bleeding on the electronic plus or yourself throws band-aids at. It's been a long couple of days. Okay. Okay. That doesn't explain anything. Just gonna put that out there. It doesn't explain any of the things. Oh, did you see the thing that I sent you?
cat?
Yeah, I sent it to you in Discord.
Um,
'Tis a link to a mini that I designed when I was bored of your character.
oh yeah, that was cool.
I get bored and I like to do that. I didn't buy it or anything. I like designing them.
Yeah, that was neat. I was like trying to remember. I was like, "What did you send me?"
Picture.
It was like the TikTok of the kitty cat just being amazed by the by the um lights.
I like kitties.
Yeah. And the big petrified eyeballs because they're like, what is light?
Hi.
Hi!
Hi. What the fuck?
That's life. It's fine.
What the fuck?
It's fine.
Everybody have their limbs?
Yeah, it's fine.
Is it
Okay.
fine like dog house on fire fine, or is it actually fine?
It's actually fine, but like little a little on fire.
So there's like
fine.
some flames. So the flames,
Yeah.
are they blocking the
it's not-
exits to the building, or?
No, we'll get out eventually. Eventually. It's cool. It's fine. It's fine.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
It's all fine. It's fine. This has been a ridiculous week. No worries. You will hear my children screaming in the background.
That's
But you said they
okay.
have all their limbs, so
They have limbs
that's a positive.
as far as when I left them, they had limbs.
None can say
How
what
that is
happens.
now, no promises, but
They don't need 2 of them anyway. You're just gonna donate those
yeah.
to the black market later. Let's get real.
Probably make a good amount of money.
That'd be nice. The money, not the selling children's limbs.
I mean, you can make a lot of money for
Hi.
child limbs.
Hello.
Hi, Sibes. Just discussing the selling of children's limbs that totally are attached to their bodies still and not hacked off in any way, shape, or form.
And everything's fine.
Of course.
Fine.
Everything's fine.
It's fine.
Well, that's how you keep them fresh before you sell them, of course.
Naturally.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I found something I wanted to share. Now that everybody's here, I found it on the Etsy. I
Oh,
thought it
what
was
is it?
amusing. Let me find it. Hold on a second.
Okie dokie.
Let's see here. Do. Let's see, where'd it go? I have too many things. There we are. I thought this was amusing.
Hmm.
Putting the romance back in Necromancer. Yes, I approve of this message wholeheartedly.
I also
100%.
liked this bumper sticker.
I would like that bumper sticker. I would put that bumper sticker on my car. I approve. I approve of this message 110%.
I get so scared when people like ride so close I can't see their license plate. It's like, if I have to stop, we're both getting in a wreck. I hope you know
Yeah, my favorite is when I look behind me when I'm driving and I'm like, oh, is that a car behind me? Neat. Couldn't tell because I can't see their headlights because they're so close to my vehicle.
that, right?
I was
Big fan.
driving
Fan.
back home from a holiday light show thing that was going on, that we went to drive through yesterday in car only. Of course, you like drive through the light show. And on my way back home, because it's from Lancaster, of course, every car in a 50-mile radius has their high beams on, shining directly in your eyes. And they're trying to hit all the little Amish people inside their horse and buggies that are going by in the darkness of the night. Because, as you do, riding your horse and buggy in the night on the road is the best time. So that was lots of fun. Lots of fun.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't almost fear for my life as 2 horse and buggies were passing each other on opposite of the road, sides of the road at the same time, and a giant 6-wheeler decided that was the perfect opportunity to pass the one on his side and come straight at me.
I was gonna say you would win against the horse and buggy, but
Not the 6-wheeler.
the 6-wheeler, not so much.
All right. So, my friends and compatriots, are we ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Dives?
want to know what's in the building.
Do you really, though? Are you sure you want to know what's in the building?
Roll for initiative.
Maybe.
Hey guys,
Maybe.
welcome to the thing today. First thing we're gonna do is roll for initiative.
Maybe. Speaking of, though, we are going to be, well, we are currently streaming for the first time ever. This, also, I'm recording it for later. It's posted on YouTube. We are currently in it right now. We are in it. That's a thing.
Yay! Hi, internet.
Sup,
Hi.
internet?
No, I won't crunch ice on the stream then.
And I think maybe Lindsay is currently in the stream watching us. Shout out to Lindsay.
Hello.
Because I think she's the only person who would watch us, honestly.
I
Oh, but
apologize if I knew where the stream was.
the stream is MIIESHA1200 on Twitch. But at the same time, I don't know if you can watch and play at the same time. Also, I made a second account so you can't actually see any of the DM information.
Please like
super
and
cool.
subscribe.
I don't
Thumbs up. Click the bell.
I don't think I have any of that set up. I don't know how to work Twitch to save my fucking life. So, oh, also, maybe I should put a NSFW tag on this for language. I'm not sure.
True that.
Maybe.
Probably.
Share with friends and family around Christmas time. Best time to hear this language.
Yeah. Also, best time to hear about the tragic love story of the ox who lost his cow girlfriend.
Aw.
Hashtag
God.
sad face.
Moment of silence for cowgirlfriend.
Moment of silence for cow girlfriend. We will remember you for the 5 minutes that we knew you.
That was a long time in ox years.
It sure
It
was.
was. It sure
So
was.
very
Yep.
many.
But as this is our first, actual stream of things, I was thinking that it might be a good idea to go around the board and reintroduce characters to everybody. So we will start with Rooney. Rooney, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and your good friend Wessel the Weasel?
So Rooney is a gnome. She's a forest gnome and a ranger. She is a beastmaster, so she has a friend. His name is Wessel. Wessel is a giant weasel, and uh, while Rooney is very small and he is rather large for a weasel, she gets to ride him around. Uh, he is her very noble steed. He is the goodest boy.
Wessel the Weasel
Rooney,
is indeed the goodest of boys.
the goodest boy. Rooney is very quick to trust other people. She forms pack bond very, very quickly. She is very nervous in new locations. She grew up in the forest. She's used to being in the forest. She's used to being in like the wilderness. She doesn't do very well in towns or cities. Um, she's also very quick to make decisions. They're not always very well thought through. Uh, so we've had some fun experiences with that so far.
Shout out to that time that you swan dived out of a dragon's mouth.
Also, the time I totally didn't almost kill Ruby, who we will meet in a minute.
Never happened.
Yeah, what?
All right, Sives, you're up. Why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself and your charming assistant?
Well, Sives is a Star Elf necromancer. Um, Star Elf, yeah, basically just shiny elf, and not really shiny, especially not now. um, uh, essentially, uh, as he's put the story to other people, was tired of getting mocked and ignored by the assholes in his village back in ye old Star Elf village, and decided, hey, I like dragons. I'm gonna go prove they exist. And so, learned everything he could about dragons. And then they, set out on adventures. Eventually, found a pupil named Annabella, who is fantastic. Wears a paper mache unicorn hat. Honestly believes they're a unicorn, and you know what? At this point, they may as well be. Uh, and Size is promised that if they complete their studies if she completes her studies under Sives, that eventually, uh, Sives will turn her into an actual unicorn. And you might be asking, how is that possible? Don't worry about it. Anyway,
Certainly not
here's
any necromantic mumbo jumbo involved.
of course not. It'll involve magic. That's all you need to know. Anyway, yeah, not a bad dude. Not a bad person. Uh, maybe I'm a little morally gray, but not like strictly evil. You know, maybe
One
like
might
middle of the road,
say he's bone gray.
kind of. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So thank you, Sives, our local, very excitable elf, and equally, if not more so, excitable unicorn, aka human, assistant named Donabella. Nix, why don't you tell me about you and Nib, as well as your other 1 HP flying tragedy waiting to happen friend?
Lil's fine for right now. So we have Nix and Nibby, and we got little Lil. So Nix is a tiefling, and she is kind of traveling around. She's a very good individual, trying to help people out. Whoever's in need. Heard about some dragon issues in the area. Decided to come up to see if she can help at all. She happened to have met Nibby not too long ago. He is a halfling cleric healer. So he just decided he was going to tag along. And he is a very excitable, optimistic, happy go lucky individual who is kind of facing a little bit of a midlife crisis because he just saw Sives murder an ox it kind of in front of him, but then the ox is fine now. But basically, is having a little bit of an issue here at the moment. So we're going to see how that unfolds.
It was for
And
the good party.
yeah, he's trying to get his mind around that one. Um,
Why would rabies do this?
yeah, why would rabies do that? He's like Sibes was going to be his teacher, and he's going to learn all this great magic, and then you just kind of shot the ox in the head, and he got a little confused, and he's kind of having a little bit of a trouble grasping what's going on here, but I'm sure he'll be fine. And he has a little pet friend, a goldfinch named Lil, and Lil is just a happy-go-lucky, birdie, just so excited. Is Nibby's best friend, loves his Nibby, and doesn't quite know what's going on with Nibby. Just trying to be the happy-go-lucky birdie self. And yeah, I guess that's it for right. Oh, and I guess we'll talk about the story a little bit in a minute here. But right now, Nyx um, had some interesting things going on with her magic, and now she's like super healthy and extra health and glowing with holy energy. So that's exciting.
Also, a couple inches shorter than she used to be because of a previous
True that.
altercation with
True
said
that.
magic.
True that. Yeah. So she's a little bit shorter due to magic, but she is a lot healthier for the next 24 hours, at least until she's hit, and then it goes away. But hopefully more hits than normal, which is usually like one hit and she's done. So we'll see how that goes.
That will be interesting to see how that plays out for sure. All
Yeah,
right,
because especially with
and
this cliffhanger, we need to see what's going on. But
oh
we have to hear
gosh,
about Ruby.
oh gosh, what
All
did we
right.
find in that abandoned inn? But yeah, and the last member of our party is Ruby Hammerwhacker. So Ruby Hammerwhacker is actually the companion of a party member that is currently missing. A party member named Goldrak Rumblerock, who is a dwarven noble from the city of Neverwinter. He and Ruby traveled down to Phandalin in order to help kind of jumpstart mining operations in the area. And then they discovered the whole dragon and orc problem that appears to be happening around here. So Ruby herself is pretty easygoing, pretty stalwart. She's basically the meat shield of the group, and possibly one of the only sane-ish ones. Normally she's very jolly and laid back, but she might be a little bit grumpy at the moment because her well, basically, her noble employer has popped off in the middle of the night to go rally troops in Neverwinter to protect a dwarven landmark that they discovered. So she's a little bit miffed that he left her behind, but is sticking with the party until he rejoins it, basically keeping everybody alive. And yeah, she's a pretty decent, solid little girl character. And what we've got going on here, the story so far, is there is a small town named Phandalin, which is kind of coming back after a long period of being completely decimated and destroyed. It is sort of coming back to life, reviving mining and architectural things in the area that used to go on many, many decades ago. And they're basically putting it back together, and people from all around are coming to see what they can do to help, how they can pitch in to sort of revive the area. Ruby and Goldrack were the first people to arrive in the city, along with Sives and Donabella. They met on the road. They experienced the tragic loss of a donkey at the hands of a white dragon that literally snatched it from the ground. Sives and Donabella revealing that they were actually in the area to research said dragon because of all the sightings lately. Upon arriving to Phandalin, they discovered that the deputy mayor had locked himself in his home and was refusing to come out, slipping orders and requests for adventurers underneath of his door to anybody who managed to come by and knock on it long enough to get him to come to it. He was quite a frustrating sort of fellow, but he promised to reveal to Sives the location of the dragon if they did a couple of tasks for him. And so Rumblerock, Ruby, and Sives and Donabella went off about their business to get a few of these tasks done. They solved the mystery of the mimic in Gnomeregard, and rescued the gnomish population from a mimic. They managed to keep a manticore from breaking into an old woman's mill and eating her by promising to come back in 7 days and find him a better place to live. And they also kept some orcs from violating a temple that was being dug out by a bunch of dwarven archaeologists. It was just a small scouting party, but it was a little bit of taste of what they were going to have further on as more and more orcs are being spotted in the area. They came to the conclusion that all of these orcs are being spotted in the area because they're being driven out of their normal place where they live in the mountains by the dragon's presence. So they returned to the town to inform the mayor. He and Goldrack got into a pretty heated argument, which involved the deputy mayor sending a fireball at him through the mail slot from the wand of fireballs that he had purchased from someone along the way. And the party resolved to cease dealing with him altogether because he was just an altogether unreasonable person. Instead, they've been dealing with the owner of the town's general store for the past couple of days or a week or so, Barton, who seems to be a much more reasonable halfling man. He gave them the task of visiting a lighthouse to check on an enchantress who might be able to enchant items for them to help them slay the dragon. And upon setting out, it is at that point when Goldrack decided that he was going to break off from the group and head to Neverwinter without telling anybody. When everybody woke up, he was gone. It was just Ruby, Donabella, and Sives. They decided to continue their journey to the lighthouse. They met Rooney and Wessel along the way, and Rooney, who was seeking help with orcs in her forest, decided to tag along with them since they had had some encounters with orcs, and they might be able to assist her later on in the eviction of these unwanted visitors. Upon reaching the lighthouse, they were met by a delightful crab named Dandyclaws, who, by an enchantment by his former mistress, was able to actually hold intelligent conversations with them and discuss things. He revealed to them that orcs had attacked the lighthouse and killed his enchantress mistress, and that her soul was currently trapped as a banshee because they had stolen her magical focus, a beautiful conch shell. The party made their way to the lighthouse to defeat the orcs, and along the way were attacked by a bunch of harpies. The Schuyler sisters, Angelica, Eliza, and Peggy. Schuyler sisters. They made short work of these lovely little harpies, and upon reaching the lighthouse, discovered that there was a strange altar to some form of oceanic god that seemed to revere lightning. They left it alone at first and went in search of the person in the lighthouse who had killed the Banshee mistress to try and retrieve the conch as they had promised to her and to Dandy Claus. And they found him all right, and he almost killed them all. And after fighting with him for a while and Rooney getting randomly teleported to another room by a freakish stroke of magic, she touched the altar in the room and became imbued with electrical powers, which allowed her to run really, really fast and shoot lightning for a brief period of time. With that assisting them and with almost killing Ruby in one of those lovely lightning blasts, they managed to kill the orc, but not before his body was hurled off of the lighthouse and into the crashing waves of the sea below, with the conch shell they were supposed to retrieve. This led to the party and Dandy Claus going for a little dip in the ocean to try and find and retrieve the conch, and also to see if they could salvage anything from the shipwrecks below, which were purported by Dandy Claus to contain various magical items that may be able to help the party. Um, they found the conch inside of the stomach of a giant reef shark that Sives decided it would be a great idea to teleport into to look for the conch shell. He misty stepped his way straight into that tummy tum and managed to find the shell and get his hands dissolved in the stomach acid in the interim. They managed to kill the shark known as Daggermaw and one of the other sharks. A third shark fled the scene after his buddies were destroyed because he did not want any of that mess. And the party, bedraggled and looking like drowned rats, managed to make their way back to shore and give the conch shell to the Banshee, calming her and letting her rest eternally in peace. They said goodbye to their dear friend Dandy Claus and made their way back to the town of Phandalin, coming across the dragon once in their journey as they went here. And Sives had met the dragon once before and had a slight conversation with it that didn't go so well. Pretty much involved him getting knocked flat on his butt with a claw and the dragon flying off because he is, as Sives puts it, what do you call him, Sives? A moody teenager?
Yes, of course, because it's an asshole.
Definitely. So our emo dragon had knocked him down once and taken off. The second time, though, he was in no mood to be gentle, as it were, and decided he was going to devour the whole party. So he attempted to do just that after having what it looks like wreaked havoc through an entire camp of orcs. And he got very, very close to doing just that before deciding that it wasn't worth the trouble when he got stabbed in the roof of his mouth by a certain gnome. And he took flight and took off, leading to the rest of the party managing to escape the situation, not die, thankfully, and regroup and make their way back to Phandalin. When they arrived in Phandalin, they met Nyx and Nibby the next morning after a good morning of rest. Everybody and Lil. And they met up at Barthen's to tell Barthen that his friend, the Enchantress, was dead. Barthen was very, very sad about this. She was a good friend and also a great business partner. He would send her items, she would enchant them, he'd resell them at a greatly marked up price. Uh, and as they were discussing what the next steps might be, a farmhand from a local ranch burst in and fell down nearly dead to the ground, proclaiming that orcs had attacked Butterskull Ranch. Um, Nyx and Nibby, acting quickly, helped to heal him up. And I believe that Rudy helped with a good berry too. Yes, Rudy? Rudy?
I don't remember.
I think Rudy helped with a good berry. So everybody healed him up. He gave you the details. A party of orcs, at least 5 of them, maybe more, attacked the ranch. He took most of the ranch hands and the master of the ranch hostage, and he was the only one who managed to get away. He had
That was Nibby. Nibby healed him.
Nibby healed him. Okie doke. That he managed to get away and get to Phandalin. That was 3 days ago. He stayed behind while you guys made your way along the Tribor Trail towards Butterskull Ranch off to the east. You saw a really weird boar at one point who stomped his hoof at you and took off into the Neverwinter woods, but you didn't pursue it. He seemed to kind of feel like the same magic that Rooney had been imbued with back at the altar, though, and it was very confusing to Nyx because she could feel the sameness, and Zives could too.
Also, there was a little bit of lightning from his feet when he ran away super fast.
There sure was. Same kind of lightning magic that Rooney seemed to have, at least for the moment. Rooney's magic.
Then we also discovered that it was about a week, almost exactly from the time that the party before Nix and Nibby and Lil came up, about a week exactly since they talked to the Mantiquees.
Yeah, the Mantiquees, the Manticores. So yeah, it had been about a week. Sives wasn't worried about it though, because Sives knew they could just tell him about that lovely lighthouse that we left behind, and there wouldn't be anything wrong with electric manticores. So you all made camp just as you were about to settle down for a nice little slumber. Well, who pops in but your good friends, the Manticore family?
You forgot to mention the cow.
Oh, yes. The ox found a cow. Pardon me 1 second, you guys.
There was a cow nearby, and the ox fell in love.
He made sure it was a normal cow. We
did make sure it was a normal cow.
About it not being a normal cow. But it was a normal cow with a bell, a cowbell.
It was a normal cow.
Well, some things have happened. But our ox fell in love with the normal cow. They had a lovely hanging out together. And
It was kind of a short fling, I guess, is the best way to describe it.
If by fling you mean eating grass together and staring soulfully into one another's eyes.
For about 10 minutes.
It was a very chaste and sweet engagement. And all that came to an end when the Manticore Nation attacked. So the Manticores swept down, and initially they were going to attack the whole party because they did not believe that Sives and co. were coming back to find them a new place to live. But Sives managed to use his silver tongue once again to convince them that the lighthouse would be the best place in the world for them to be. And
he said, yeah, very convincingly.
Oh yes, he believed it wholeheartedly with all his little body.
And 20, yeah.
It was a nat 20, yeah. Yeah.
Just the yeah, nothing else. Just
the yeah.
Just a very convincing yeah.
It was so convincing that the Manticores decided that they would in fact go to that lighthouse, but they wanted a snack for the road. That is when the female Manticore, Karen, decided she was going to eat the cow. It is a cow, so she only needed 1 hit to shred it to ribbons and begin devouring it. The ox, however, was none too pleased about that and decided to enact vengeance for his lost love in the form of a charge attack, which I did not know that oxes had until I looked up the stat blocks, and they're basically the same as war horses, apparently. Which means to say they hit like a truck. Manticore went flying to a nat 20 charge and definitely lost its strength saving throw and ended up prone on the ground, which sparked a very angry confrontation between both Manticores and the party until Sives one-shot the ox from behind with a plethora of magic missiles and managed to convince the Manticores that it had rabies and that's why it was attacking.
It worked, didn't it?
It worked very well. The Manticores decided that they did not wish to contract rabies themselves, and they would take their leave of the party and go to the lighthouse that had been promised to them along the coast. They flew away, and the party revived the ox and tied the bell from the cow to its horn so that he could remember his lost love forever. And Ruby and the ox spent the night mourning the passing of the cow. And in the morning, you set off to make your way closer to the Butterskull Ranch. You came upon the abandoned village of Conebury, which had been destroyed more than a decade ago in an orc attack. And as you were walking through the sort of ghost town of ramshackle and burnt out and fallen down buildings, a couple of you noticed movement out of the corner of your eye in the shadow of the entrance of one half-standing building, which may have at one time been an inn. Sive sent his little dragonling familiar in that he conjured up to see what exactly is going on in there. And that is where our story recommences.
And he found a cliffhanger.
He did. He found the end of the session.
Yep.
But what did he really find? I believe
17 perception though, so hopefully
Something.
enough.
I think that may be enough to give you something possibly. So the dragonling peers into the darkened building. It flits around, lighting on pieces of furniture that have been shattered and covered with layers of dust, grime, and mold from ages past. It tracks its eyes around the building. It knows that there was a movement because Sive saw it, and I believe Nyx also saw it. It's searching high and low for what exactly could have caused this, and it finally finds it. Crouched underneath one of the tables is an unusually large rat.
A rodent of unusual size.
Maybe not quite as big as those, but definitely larger than your average rat that you would think would be around these parts, nibbling grains and whatnot.
Also, I think it's Nibby that saw it. I don't think Nick sees anything. She's very bad with perception.
No, Nibby was in kind of a state of shock, I do believe.
Yeah, I think Nyx had an unusually high one.
Yes, Nyx had an unusually high one, and Nibby was still in shock over the whole cow incident.
Yeah.
The poor soul. He's changed so much in the last 24 hours.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
He's had some traumatic events. He's having a mid-adolescent crisis right now.
Lil is probably
Particularly
so worried.
bad day.
Well,
All right, so yep. So your dragonling sees a very unusually large rat.
Yep. To which Size just kind of deadpans and glances over their shoulder at the rest of the party and says, "Ah, well, it does appear to be an unusually large rat, which I don't suppose I should be surprised that that's here. Ah, well, I guess we move on." And then Size is gonna recall the dragonling if there's nothing else there.
Nope, just an unusually large rat. Your dragonling flies away, and the rat watches it with its small, beady little black eyes. Just watches it leave the building and does not move from its position underneath the half-collapsed table that it had been under.
Mm. So, what now? Keep going the way we were going, or
I say we get out of here and get over to that ranch.
Everybody roll perception checks for me.
Oh no.
Well, I thought that's what we were doing.
Oh. Your dragonling rolled a perception check for inside the inn, and you guys had rolled an initial perception check last round for when you first came into this town. That doesn't mean everything stays the same all the time.
That's true.
Oh, I don't know if that second one is true.
Mm.
Stacy sees all.
The second one
Rudy.
was Wessel.
Wessel sees all.
Wessel sees all.
Wessel
sees
smells
all.
all. Wessel
Wessel
smells
knows all.
all.
The best sniffer in town.
Let's see what Donabella and Ruby see and/or hear. Let's see. Perception. Not too bad, Ruby. All right. So, Nyx, Rooney, and Ruby. All of you notice out of the corners of your eyes in several of the other buildings and underneath patches of debris, there's a couple of like small furtive movements, and it appears to be in a lot of places, kind of just like all around you. Wessel, on the other hand, he sniffs the air and kind of stiffens up, his fur bushing out as he clickety clacks his mongoosey, weaselly teeth in a kind of chitter of rage, proceeds to arch his back and do a slight little war dance with you on its back, which you're used to because you've ridden him.
Do any of us notice Wessel's
Oh,
change
yes.
of body language?
Yeah,
Everyone notices Wessel's change of body language.
Okay, does Wessel try and indicate to Rooney at all what's going on?
So if Rooney is looking at Wessel, go ahead and now with a 14, you'll be able to tell. You'll be able to perceive the things that he's looking at. So he's basically looking all around. Everywhere that you saw furtive movement, he's showing extreme aggression towards and kind of doing his war dance in that direction and making like little kind of looping, zigzagging circles around the cart and the party in a very worried sort of manner.
This is bad. This is very bad. This is very, very bad.
Sorry, what's wrong? Sives asked just because Sives doesn't know Weasel body language that well and doesn't exactly care that the Weasel's doing a little happy dance.
Hey, there's some, what did you say you found inside the inside? Was it a rat?
Yes, a rather unusually large one.
I think there's more of them, says Ruby.
And
I hate that.
Rooney is interpreting Wessel's aggravated movements to mean that there are not just more of them, but like lots more of them, and they're all around us.
That seems to be a pretty safe assumption given what you know of your weasel.
Yes. So, guys, this is there's gonna be a lot of bad.
Should we get in the cart? Should we maybe go?
We should.
I don't like rats that much.
Is it possible that I could do thaumaturgy as a cantrip of like, are the big? I'm gonna assume that the big rats are afraid of big cats.
I don't know. You could certainly give it a try. I think
Oh,
thaumaturgy though is sound, not sight.
Right. So it'd be like a big like hungry meow of sorts.
You could definitely give it a try. Go ahead and roll me an intimidation check.
Okay, that's probably not something I have a lot of, but I can give it a try. Not bad. Charisma.
Holy freckles!
Do I?
You
I
20'd it.
I think I might have done a very good meow.
All right, so
Meow.
Nyx
And the rat freak out.
Nyx raises her hand up and she opens her mouth and you hear her say meow. And then all around you, you hear this large rumbling growl of a purry. And all of you see as rats, hundreds and hundreds of rats just rush out from beneath the debris that had kind of been around the roadway near you and into those homes where you had seen other movements. Just hundreds of them just rushing and scrambling away, squeaking up a mad storm as they dive into the homes, giving you a window if you wanted to use it to escape before battle commences.
Run.
Run. Run.
Everybody running? All right, I would like you guys to go ahead and make dexterity checks with advantage because you are still in sort of an overgrown woodsy area, so it is Rooney's favored terrain. So everybody make dexterity checks for me with advantage.
Speed walking away.
Good thing you had advantage.
This is a dexterity check, not a saving throw, correct?
No, this is a save.
Okay.
Oh, I
Oh.
clicked the wrong thing then.
Okay, then I clicked the wrong one for Nyx, I think. Hold on.
Yeah, I clicked the little thing above the thing. I'm still gonna use the saving throw. There we go.
Saving throw.
That's slightly
Not
better.
much better.
I mean, it's slightly better. Oh.
I mean, it's better than a 3.
Okay, so I usually
Donna,
ride
Bella,
Wessel.
no.
Wessel got a nat 20.
Wessel the Weasel, honestly, you didn't even have to roll for your dex save, Stacy,
I
because
did
you're
all of
on
the
Wessel the
whole time, I
Weasel.
know.
His dex
Well-
save counts for both of yours because you're on Wessel the Weasel and he's the one about to do the footwork here.
Are Nibby and Bella at least are still on the cart, right?
Oh no, does that mean the ox has to do it?
The ox does indeed have to do a dexterity saving throw, but Donabella and Nibby are not expert riders, so they still needed to make theirs. Nibby is just fine though. Look at Nibby. Nibby's just fine. He also nat 20'd it. He's cart surfing. He's perched on top of the cart as it goes, just riding it out. All right, let me make that dex save for that ox.
You finally see the light of Nibby's pureness just reinitiate as he's surfing on the cart.
And at last I see the light.
Hopefully away from the danger of terrifying rats.
Hopefully. I mean,
Yeah.
no
Hopefully.
promises.
I said hopefully. I'm aware.
I just gotta do a roll for him. He's not on the board. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, he does have advantage because of favorite terrain. Oh, that's still unfortunate. Okay. So it's a good thing, a very good thing that Nibby is so dexterous because this car is bucking back and forth as this ox stumbles and flails from side to side, probably terrified of rats. He had no...
meow
Yeah.
of a cat that maybe reminded him of Manticore. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that you gave him PTSD flashbacks of the time that the Manticore destroyed his lovely bride-to-be.
Less than 24 hours ago.
Yeah. So, off that cart goes, zigzagging back and forth. Nibby takes no damage, but Donabella is not so lucky as she is thrown from the cart to the ground. She's going to take 2 points of bludgeoning damage from the fall itself, and she is now prone. Let's see. Sives, are you in the cart or on foot?
I was on foot.
On foot. You manage to run without stumbling, and without tripping over any of the debris or roots that have kind of overgrown into the town that are on the ground. Wessel the Weasel is just zigzagging around any kind of barriers. No problem whatsoever. Let's see. Where's yours?
I might be on the cart.
You're on the cart? Well, they're 13,
Remember.
you're all right. Whether you're on the cart or not on the cart, you are just fine. If you're not on the cart, you manage to run about the same rate that Sives is. Kind of stumble once or twice over a couple things in your way, but manage to make your way towards the edge of town without too much trouble. If you're on the cart, you're not cart surfing like Nibby, but you're clinging just right, being like, Nibby, Nibby, get down. Nibby, get down. But Donabella is face down on the ground, and that is not so good.
Nope. As soon as Sive sees this, assuming Sive sees it, obviously gonna skid to a halt and double back to go help her up because that's Sive's precious student.
Would I have to like perception check? I'm on Wessel.
Mm-hmm.
Would I have to perception check to know if I saw Donabella fall?
It was pretty hard to miss. She went flying from a cart.
Okay, then instead of making Sives stop and double back, Wessel and I are gonna double back because he zigzags as his movement anyway. So it's more natural for him to double back.
That's true. All right, so you double back. Are you just helping her up, or are you helping her run?
Helping her up and helping her run.
Okie dokie. Can you go ahead and do a strength check for me, just to see if you can help her up fast enough?
Yep.
Just her or both her, Wessel?
Just her. Wessel can't lift people.
He very good, but he not that good. Is this a check or a saving throw?
It's just a check.
I think that's the right one.
Yep, that's the right one. All right, so yeah, with a 14, she is very, very spindly, kind of waif of a girl, very androgynous. And she's basically built like a 12-year-old. So you pull her up, no problem, to her feet. Probably yank her by the back of her shirt front, and pop her to her feet because Wessel stands pretty tall with you on his back. So you're able to pull her upright. And she stumbles along beside you, running up and not keeping pace with you, but definitely catching up to the rest of you. All right. Everybody is nearing the edge of the town, with the ox sort of in front when the ox goes down on one knee because of a pothole. 'Cause he had a very disastrous roll. He doesn't take any damage, but the cart bucks a bit. Thankfully, everybody's still on the cart, had rolled good enough saving throws that they don't go off the cart. But Ruby is going to stop because she had been running beside the ox with her 17, and she's going to try to help the ox up. Ruby. Oh gosh darn it, Ruby. The ox is quite heavy. Yeah, the ox is quite heavy. Even with her substantial amount of strength, it is a little bit too much for her. And the rats
Nyx
are...
probably will jump off to try to help if she can.
Okay. Yep, Nyx can jump off to try to help. Go ahead and roll that for me. As you are jumping off, you do notice that some of the rats are starting to come back out of hiding and swarm into the roadway behind you from where you had run.
Is that a saving or regular?
It's a regular, just a strength check.
I'm not too strong, so
Yeah,
probably not
no.
too good. Not too helpful.
You and Ruby both are kind of struggling to help this ox up. All right, so yep, the rats are starting to swarm out into the road behind you. Now, does anybody want to take any action to try and slow the rats down?
Let me see what I got.
Let's see.
Well, you
Seeing
can't help
that the
anybody right
party-
now, Nyx, because you're trying to lift an ox. What was that you wanted to do, Sives?
Well, seeing that the party is otherwise indisposed, trying to get the ox up and moving, Size is gonna take the same stance took back by the harpies, you know? Uh, lifts their hands up into the air and casting only a little at a level 1 for now. Is gonna bring their hands together in a boom and thunder wave and try to push the rats back.
Okay, you do realize that Wessel and Rooney and Donabella are also kind of in your line of clapping because you were ahead of them, right?
Well, in that case, I move first.
Okie dokie. So you run towards the rats. You run past Wessel and Rooney and Donabella, who are trying to dash towards where the cart is. And you go ahead and you thunderclap towards the rats. Go ahead and that's a dexterity saving throw for the rats, correct?
Let me double check. Each creature in a 15-foot cube originating from you must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, a creature takes 2d8 thunder damage. This pushes
Constitution.
entity away.
Okay. What's your DC? Oh, never mind. They did not make that DC. So you slam your hands together, and just a wave of thunderous force sends rats flying into the air like tiny rodents. The tiny rodent
air.
bombs, yeah. Like tiny rodent bombs. They're flipping end over end. They're squeaking and thrashing wildly in the air, and as they hit the ground. Go ahead and roll damage for me. I'm gonna add 1d4 of bludgeoning to that because they
Damage. Wait. Damage. Wait. Wait. What do I click? Hang on.
The name?
Yeah, if you click on the spell, it should do it, right?
I tried that and it didn't want to do the thing.
Do not be doing the thing.
Click. Oh, I see. Okay. I'm done.
You good.
It asked for a casting level, and I didn't read that at all. I assumed it was an error message.
all right.
And
So
then you press the thunder wave, right? Because that's the.
Oh, yeah.
cool. He pressed the thunder wave already. It did its damage.
Oh, it did? Okay, I
Yeah.
should have not clicked it again.
You're good.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
good. You're good. So yeah, about 14 of the rats that hit the ground do not get back up again, and you see other rats kind of swarm over their bodies and start feasting upon them, while the remainder of the rats, what looks like a couple hundred, are still running straight for you on their little skittery legs. Thankfully, they don't have that quick of a movement speed, considering their tiny little legs. Even less so than Rooney does, honestly. So you've got basically what looks like a wall of rats headed in your direction. By this time, let's see, has the warhorse managed to get himself back up again? Warhorse, I mean the ox, I should say, with warhorse stats, manages to get himself back up again, kind of shaking himself off, and without Rooney's bidding, starts bolting. And everybody else is gonna keep bolting with him, yes or no?
Yes.
All right, everybody keeps running. Go ahead and make dex checks for me again with advantage because of Rooney's favorite terrain.
See here.
And sorry, that's dex saves. Dex saves.
Ooh.
I'm
Ignore the 2-second of jazz. That was my alarm saying it's Dungeons & Dragons time.
It is a very jazzy occurrence.
all right. Second one was Wessel, as always.
Jesus.
Okay, I'm doing okay so far. I think with
Nibby's getting it. Ruby's
yeah.
going. Donnabella's up and running.
Donabella saw the rats and she's like, nope.
No, not that one.
I'm not the one, not today. All right, let's see how the ox does though.
He's just doing not too good. His game was last week or the other week.
Yeah, he's
where
depressed. He's very depressed
True that.
from the loss that he suffered. Sives, you got rolls?
Sorry. Dexterity.
Yep, dex save.
Save?
Good thing you got advantage.
Save.
Alrighty. So, everybody is running. They're jumping over obstacles in their path. They're keeping out of the reach of the rats. You make it to the edge of the town. The ox stumbles one more time. Who wants to help the ox up?
Nyx probably jumps back out to help again. I guess Nibby would probably try to help this time as well.
All right, go ahead and roll strength for Ruby and Nyx. Ruby is, of course, the ox handler and will therefore also be attempting help your ox. Oh, yes. All right, with a combination of Cat, Nibby, and Ruby, they heave the ox back onto his feet. And everybody starts making their way out. The rats have almost caught up. Does anybody want to do one more thing to see if they can stop the rats from catching up?
I'm trying to think how I can use my cantrip, because I can do minor illusion, and it can be a sound. So I think I'm going to attempt to imitate what Nyx did, and try and do like a sound, like maybe not a cat,
Meow.
maybe not a meow because it really scared the ox. It's struggling.
That ox needs therapy, people.
It sounds like there's cheese down the road.
I can also be an image, so I'm trying to debate whether it should be like.
Well, to be honest, illusion usually works better with the sight thing, not so much the sound thing. Thaumaturgy is more of the sound thing.
Okay.
Is it only sight or could it be smell?
I think it specifies
Okay.
a sound or an image. Okay. So I'm going to.
What about like a wall of fire?
It can only be a 5-foot cube, so it can't be
Oh.
that big. But I can do a
5
ball
foot
of
cat.
fire.
A 5-foot cat is pretty big.
I think a 5-foot cat's pretty big, so we're gonna do a 5-foot cat
On fire.
on fire, and I'm
Fire
going to
cat.
send it from where Rooney is 30 feet, which is its distance, in towards the rats.
All right, so Rudy holds up her hands from the back of Wessel the Weasel as everybody is helping to gather the ox to his feet, and she throws them down, and from her fingertips bursts a flaming feline, what looks like a tiger with flames coming out the sides of its mouth, burning coal-like eyes, and each stripe kind of wiggles and jumps like crackling flames. As it bursts forth from your fingertips, stalking towards the rats. Go ahead and roll me intimidation, Rooney.
Intimidation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I help her seem intimidating by acting afraid of the tiger?
I mean, you can try. That'll be a deception check for me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh my god. Okay. So Rooney's never actually seen a tiger before. She's kind of just read about them in books. So what comes out is more like a T-I double gut that spells Tigger. He's bouncy trouncy. Fun. The wonderful thing about Tiggers is he's, thank God, the only misshapen one. So you create this kind of weird looking cat beast with kind of melty corners. The rats do slow a little bit because they're very confused. And then Cyrus pipes up, "Oh no! A tiger! The horror! Whatever will we do?"
It must have rabies also.
And
I'm really not trying to spit take coffee right now, guys.
don't do it on the computer. You need that for the Dungeons and Dragonsing.
The dungeons, maybe dragons.
Maybe some dragons. Also dragons.
Also dragons.
Dragons. So anyway, you after that little display of obvious chicanery, the rats are not fooled and they are going to surge forth en masse. about let's see, who's the last person in the party. Donabella sprinted this time, but so did the last person in the party is Sives right now. He didn't run quite as fast as the others. So Sives, they're gonna get to you first, and there's a couple of rats at your feet. They're gonna try and bite you. Hold on one second.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Gosh darn it, machine. Dun, 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 dun.
Hi,
Dun, dun.
Goldrack.
Hey, hey.
Are
Come
you
on.
coming to save our party?
Maybe. Maybe not.
There seem to be rats.
There do seem to be rats.
I have to share something in the Discord with you guys because me and like my other group of friends were literally talking about this the other day.
I'm afraid. What is
It's
it?
About a fire cat?
No, it's just so
It's-
perfect.
TI double got her.
The image all the way on the bottom left is rats, for the record.
Oh no.
We're the rats.
That's actually a decent question. Huh.
That's I want the buffalo and the wolves.
The hunter is a trained trained marksman
that
with
doesn't matter.
a shotgun
No.
that has unlimited ammo that is naturally fed, and he doesn't have to reload until after 10 shots.
I will take my chance with the buffalo and the wolves.
I'll let you know after we defeat the rats.
Yeah, see, literally all of us picked the 10,000 rats to be like, oh yeah, no, those numbers. So you said giant rat, and I went, oh no.
Hey, Sives, does an 11 hit you?
That's a good question. No.
Oh, thank goodness. So you got a tiny swarm of rats of unusual size at your feet, and they are attempting to gnaw at your boots, and you manage to kick them off before they can bite you, and you hightail it right the freckles out of there.
Sure do. Goodbye, losers.
And you flee the town, and they sort of stop sort of at the edges of Coneberry, like maybe 20 feet out of it, kind of swarming around in the grass a bit before doubling back and heading to the bodies of the rats that you had killed with your thunder wave. And you guys are out of the town and not dead by a rat.
Always good to not be dead by rat and to be out of the scary rat town. Are they following us?
They stopped about 20 feet out of Coneberry and turned around and went back inside to go eat the ones that Sives killed.
Terrifying.
It's a good thing you didn't have to fight them all.
Yeah.
And hey, Sives,
Yes.
do an intelligence check for me.
Oh god.
Hmm.
This'll be fine.
See, anytime out of nowhere when you're like, let's just do a checky check, I'm like, I'm gonna die immediately.
I mean, maybe.
It is my highest stat, but
All right.
I mean, it
Never
was
mind.
a
You didn't.
disadvantage, so.
You didn't notice anything. It's cool. Fine.
It's cool. You're
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Don't worry about
Would
it.
he be the only one who would notice?
Yes.
Okay, so they're
This
dead
is-
rats. Cool.
Yeah, this
All
is
right.
this is a thing only he would have noticed about them. But he did not notice it. So anyway, yeah. Anyway, we're gonna pause for just a second, guys. This is Rumble Rock. he's been absent for a little bit because of IRL stuff. His character went off to Neverwinter in search of people to watch the mill hill where the Manticores had tried to attack previously and protect the dwarven landmark that was there. He managed to snag some from the noble dwarven houses in Neverwinter, transport them back to the kind of Karn area, and got them to work setting up. Then he went back to Phandalin, found out you guys had been and left, and got a pony to follow after you. He's still roughly a couple hours behind you at this point, but he's able to move a little bit faster just because he's
horse.
well, he got a horse, plus he's the only one. He doesn't have to like wait for an ox and a cart and stuff, or people walking.
Mhm.
Or a love story between an ox and a cow, and then
I was emotionally invested.
family feud between the ox family and the
Manticore
The,
family.
Manticores, like the Montagues and the Capulets.
The Mantiquees and the Oxulates.
Only in
Cowsulets.
only in
Cowsulets works better.
only in
There you go.
this tragic in this tragic Shakespearean play, the ox survived his lover.
Not initially.
It was a very Poison Juliet scenario here. But anywho, so yeah, Goldrak, and I can finally put you back on the board again. Hold on just a second. Token layer. Goldrak is a couple of miles behind you guys on the Tribord Trail. He is probably about an hour or two from Combberry itself, so he's not gonna catch up just yet, but he is a truckin'. And we're gonna switch to his POV for just a second. And Goldrak, why don't you roll me a perception check?
I love rolling. 1 second.
He gonna find a boar as well?
A boar?
I don't know.
The
I don't know.
boar.
I mean, I won't know until he rolls the check.
Sorry.
Okay.
Because there should be 3 of them on this trail.
Goldrat, can you
Tribord
I
Trail.
I need to adjust your volume in Discord.
Oh god, okay.
I
I
just-
get really loud, so keep that in mind.
Oh, okay, cool. You've been like entirely silent this whole time.
Yeah, I'm dead silent right now because I'm not good at talking to people who I don't know. But
Oh yes,
fair.
that's a good point. I should actually introduce you to the players behind. Guys, this is Brendan.
hi.
Hi.
Brendan, this is Stacy.
Hi, I'm Stacy. I know Erin from Bye Bye.
Yeah.
Yep, she used to work with me before she escaped, and now she works for the same corporate overlord that you do. Amazon, all praise.
No, that's worse.
Yeah. And next we've got.
I'm technically self-employed, so.
That's what they like you to think.
She's flexible.
I'm flexible too.
No, you're Whole Foods.
Oh
Yeah. You're Nami Nami. All right, and then we've got Kathy. Kathy is my friend from school ages and ages ago. She's here. Say hey, Kathy.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey. But anyway, yeah. Now everybody can know everybody. And by the way, Goldrak, we are currently streaming this tonight, just so you're aware.
Okay, I'm aware now.
Dun dun dun.
He already knew. Did you see that perception?
That is a pretty good perception. So Goldrak, as you are going along the road here, you notice that there is a large mound off to the side of the road of what looks like freshly turned earth, and the scattered leavings of a campsite that appears to have been quite recent.
Oh no.
I mean, it can't be that large at this
Where we
point.
buried the cat
He'll
too soon.
take it that he's on the right path, and he'll keep pushing on, but at doubled speed, if possible.
Sure.
Efforts to charge forward the
Oh.
Tribord Trail.
All right, if you're going at double the speed, then go ahead and roll me a Constitution.
Constitution.
Yeah,
Just gonna check.
Constitution save. Constitution save.
Oh, right, doesn't make a difference.
Yeah,
Yeah, he is just fine, and so is the pony. Pony is used to this stuff. Pony is just gonna press on at double the speed.
Double pony speed.
All right. So you guys made it out of Coneberry. You guys gonna continue on your way or take stock of the situation? What's going on? What do we feel like doing?
Personally, I'd like to get as far away from the rats as possible. Just because we're at the edge of town doesn't mean they can't leave the town.
agrees.
Plus, those people are probably dead, and we should probably do something about that.
Those orcs aren't gonna keep them alive forever, only as long as they're useful.
Exactly.
And
So Nibby hops back into the cart, and I guess Nix would too. Are we getting back in the cart?
Donabella has already gotten back in the cart. You've got
Alright,
Nyx and Nibby in there, and Ruby's, of course, still leading the ox. Sives, are you walking or riding?
I'm gonna walk, and Size is also gonna just check in with Donabella, make sure she's okay. How's your head?
Oh, I think it. Can you fix it? And she takes off her paper mache unicorn hat and she holds it out to you. The horn is crooked because when she fell off the cart, it bent.
Of course. It's mending. Boop. Done.
And her eyes light up as you fix her unicorn headdress for her. And she would normally hug it to her chest, but she's being very careful of it right now after the recent escapades. And she sets it back on her head and she gives you a big hug. Thank you, Master Sives.
Of course, we can't have you with a broken horn now, can we?
How am I supposed to do all my magic if my horn's broken?
Slay. Get back into the cart, dear.
Yes, sir, Master Sives. And she clambers back on up in there. You notice she's taken her shoes off again because running with shoes on was not her thing.
Yes. Well.
Guess we get going then, right?
Yep. Off you guys pop down the Tribor Trail. And anybody running
Probably
roll?
being a little bit more perceptive at this point.
Yeah, you should probably roll them their perception checks as you go along.
Perception.
Oh,
Not
fuck.
performance.
Did I press?
There it
Not
is.
Maybe yes.
persuasion.
Okay.
Okay, there we
And
Ouch.
go.
yeah, Nix usually sees nothing.
So close, yet so far away.
And once again, it's the dragon thing who sees more than Sive.
Of course. And Wessel the Weasel sees more than all of you.
Yep.
So you guys go down the road. It's been about an hour. You haven't seen anything unusual in your time going along.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. The 20 is actually Rooney. I didn't realize I had Wessels up when I clicked it first.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, Rooney, for once, is actually able to see a lot of things.
Great
So
job,
as
girl.
good job.
Took long enough.
And you guys go along. It's about an hour. You don't see anything too unusual. Although off to the side of the road at one point you do encounter what looks like a small cart that has been burned recently. It is nothing but cinders and ashes though. And it's you can only tell that it's a cart because a wheel is sort of half cracked sticking up out of the ashes next to it. And that seems to be the only sign of any recent activity along this road that you can see, other than,
Search it.
of course, go right ahead.
What is that?
That'd be investigation if you're getting up close and personal with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off Wessel and go have a peek. Not that I have high investigation, but
So,
I just get really dirty the whole time.
looks like some teenagers done snuck out of the barn and went to have a bonfire by the road, y'all.
I like that I've
Must have
suddenly
lost
turned
their
into
cow a
Sandy
couple
Cheeks from
miles
SpongeBob.
back.
Oh no.
You saw the cart and then immediately forgot what it was.
Wessel's not gonna look into it because he has negative that.
Yeah, plus
Oh,
I don't think a
I
weasel
need a
can
second.
really investigate things that aren't smell based, and these are ashes. If he inhales those, he's gonna just start coughing.
Oh no, the poor baby. We won't have him do that then.
Yeah. So, anybody else want to investigate it?
Sure. If Sive sees somebody else looking into it, may as well, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I keep almost clicking on the wrong things. I was about to intimidate the ashes.
Tell me your secrets.
What if you nat 20'd it? That'd have to do something.
He ran away.
You make the cinders talk. So you kind of sift through the ashes, kind of kick a couple of them aside with the edge of your boot. You find a couple of what looks like the metal pieces that held the cart together before it was burned. You find a couple of burnt out arrows, which look like they might have been the source of the ignition, considering how blackened they are around the tips. And you find one broken javelin that looks like it was orcish in make.
Yeah. No, this Sives points out the weapons, doesn't touch, obviously, but just points out. Well, obviously this isn't the work of a dragon, which was my initial suspicion. It appears to be orcs? Question mark? I think so. Yes.
Well, that's actually kind of heartening, considering our dragon breathes ice, and if there's one around here that breathes fire too, I think I might call it quits and head back to Neverwinter and then, I don't know, move somewhere else.
Wait. Last time we talked about the other dragon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, you guys talked about how there is an ancient black dragon somewhere in the woods that Rooney has heard legends and tales of since time immemorial, but he keeps to himself, and he does not come out but for like once every 50-ish years or so to get something to eat, and then just goes back to being himself.
Okay.
And I
Just
mean,
making sure that wasn't just a side conversation and like the crew knew about that.
yeah.
Oh yes, there is somewhere in the Neverwinter woods, nobody knows where, an ancient black dragon that only comes out every once in half a century or so to get something to eat and then go back to being by himself because he is very paranoid.
Quite.
He also breathes poison, not fire, so.
I was gonna say, didn't you say it was like all the different things around it like die? So I was like, I
Mhm.
don't think it breathed fire. I couldn't remember. I was
Oh
looking.
no. He breathes
I couldn't
poison.
remember either. I just wanted to make sure that we had, in fact, talked about the other dragon.
Oh yes, we have in fact talked about the other dragon. But he does not breathe fire. He breathes poison, and nobody has seen him in a very long time.
Yes, and to clear up this confusion, it doesn't matter what kind of dragons we have. Everything bad happens. Size is gonna assume it's a dragon.
Probably everything.
I-
Dragons are behind everything. Let's be real here.
He's petty enough. He might have just flown over with a torch and been like, "Screw you," and then
To a single cart. Okay.
exactly.
He is a teenager. They do like to burn things. I mean, I don't know about you, but teenagers scare the living shit out of me.
Mhm.
They could carry us less
They
as long
could
as
care
someone
less
will bleed.
As long as somebody is bleeding. Yep.
So, guys, darken your clothes and strike that violent pose.
You're gonna get demonetized. It's our first.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm monetized to begin with, so I'm not sure that matters.
Oh, you're definitely not getting affiliate now.
I don't know how any of this works. I just want to play Dungeons and Dragons.
this burned to ashen cart that we found, is it like still hot or is it like old burned?
Well, from the investigation check that Sives rolled, it does not feel warm in the slightest. This is at least several days old, if not longer.
Oh,
Gotcha.
good. Yeah, Size is gonna touch it just fine to make sure.
Yeah, well, even kicking with your foot, you didn't see any smoke rising off of it anymore. You didn't feel any heat when you approached it, and where you're kicking it around with your boot, none of the ashes were warm. There was no hidden cinders. It's quite burned.
All right. I have to step away for a second to do sweetest dreams.
Okie dokie. That gives us a chance to switch back to Goldrak. Goldrak,
boy.
you've been riding along on your little pony for a bit now, and you are seeing the outskirts of what looks like a very old, very tumbled down, and slightly burned out town.
Wonderful.
And the road goes right through this town that you are on. The Tribor Trail cuts straight through the center of it.
Oh, well, another perception check on this sweet, sweet town that isn't going to kill me.
It's very safe.
All right.
I promise.
So with a 16, are you going into the town or are you percepting from outside of the town?
I mean, if it's burnt, he's probably going to slow down and then look into it to see what he can see.
Okay, well, it's very, very old. It looks like it was done decades ago, whatever happened here. In fact, the nature has sort of started to reclaim it. In some places, trees are like growing out of places where trees would normally not grow. Who has ever been here in the past who still uses the tribal trail has sort of cleared them off the main portion of the road, but there's enough debris around from falling and crumbling buildings and things and trees that are trying to reclaim the area that the road is kind of treacherous if you're going at a fast pace, but if you were to go slowly through it, it would be all right. You also notice out of the corner of your vision in several of the more what's the word I'm looking for? The several more hardy structures that have not completely collapsed from the elements and time yet, that there is slight movement inside of them. Very low to the ground, very slight, small movements.
But is there anything like specific that he could see like movement wise? Is it just tiny little, they're fucking
With a
little movements?
16, the only thing you're able to see is that the movement appears to be made very low to the ground, like at your ankle level almost. If you were standing next to it in the doorway, it would be like your ankle level, you would think. And it is kind of in the darker portions of it, so you're just able, even with your dark vision, to catch just that slightest bit of movement at the doorways before it goes kind of darkish area.
Okay. And there's another exit through the town, yeah?
The Tribor Trail goes straight through the town. You could skirt around the town. It would take you some time, and it's definitely rougher terrain on the places that aren't on the trail itself, or you could ride straight through.
He'll ride straight through. He'll continue at his old pace, and he'll just kind of go through, seeing it's pretty much a dead town.
All right, so you begin to ride through the town, and as you're riding through, you start to notice those movements become a bit more often, a bit more closer to you. Now you see slightly larger shapes and slightly smaller shapes darting under pieces of debris that surround the road. And then you see ahead a scorched area and what looked like the splattered remains of several rodents in your path.
He certainly doesn't stop now.
Do you keep going at a sedate pace or are you going faster?
Oh no, I meant like he would have kept going at his previous pace. He just stopped a little bit to,
Oh, well, in
get a
that
little surveying. He
case,
fucking blasted through this bitch.
in that case, I'm going to need you to go ahead and roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Not bad. Oh, man.
Silence. I'm scared
Oh,
that I
yes.
this ruined things.
All right. So you start blasting through this town as you see the movement start to increase. And just when you're coming up to the area, just before those bloody splorches upon the road, your horse's hoof hits an overgrown root that has made its way onto the tribal trail. It goes knees first down, and you are going to fly half off of it so that you're sort of hanging half off the saddle and half on the road itself. And as you do so, you see rats starting to swarm at you in all directions, all around you.
Oh no.
Lovely. Hell yeah.
What do you do?
Well, he readies himself to fight because I don't think he can outrun rats.
I do want to point out this is hundreds of rats.
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie. All right, so you ready yourself to fight? Go ahead and roll initiative.
Yes. 1 second. You just prepare my brain.
The thing I'm really nervous about is that we don't know he's there. So if he dies, he's just dead.
Yep.
Yeah,
Eaten
that's
by
fair.
rats forever.
And they're like an hour out, yeah?
At this point, because you've been riding hard, this is kind of a little bit further back. We paused on you for a bit. We're gonna see what happens here. I mean, with how hard
You're
you've been.
screaming.
No,
We
no.
might not be that
Well, the
far.
only
You
reason I asked is
you guys in the spectrum of the timeline are an hour away from the town by now. He
okay.
came upon the town faster than what he would have normally because he was pushing his pony super hard. So he's no longer an hour behind you, but this takes place in the past. Is basically what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay. So the only reason I even asked is because I was like, if he shouts, are they gonna hear?
No, they are not.
That's all I needed to hear.
Scream.
It's fine. He'll fight
Nope.
for a little bit.
No one can hear you scream.
No one can hear me
Um,
scream. That's all I need to hear.
I
Whoops, I didn't do that right. 1 second.
I fortunately do have pictures for just this time. Where is it? Da 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 da. Ah, here we go. That's good. This will represent the many, many swarms of rats, of which there are a lot.
Go.
Yeah. So, all right, let me roll initiative for these lovies. Your initiative was 3?
Haha, yeah. Crit fail.
I see. I see. I see. Alrighty. Do do do. Alrighty. So, the rats are going to go ahead and go first. So they swarm upon you, and they're going to go ahead and try to bite you.
I dare them to try.
Yeah, well, they rolled a 4, so not so much. You've got rats that are currently crawling all over you. So a couple try to bite you, and then this next couple are going to try to bite your horse, or your pony, I should say.
Dare them.
What exactly is the AC of a pony?
Not high, I'm pretty sure.
Let's
Or is it
find
a
out.
horse?
Nope, it's a pony. There's an actual pony one.
Going for the easy target. I just got a deposit on that thing. Come on.
So, yeah. Pony. Well, thankfully, they didn't roll high enough to hit the pony either. And then, considering how many they are, they're going to take, the rest of them are going to take one more bite at you. And a 6 doesn't hit you either. So, you've got a bunch of rats swarming all over you and your pony, who is going absolutely batshit crazy. What do you do? It's your turn.
Now, give me a real, hundreds of rats, yeah?
Hundreds of rats.
Hundreds.
Some big, some small, just so many rats.
Is the horse trying to get up?
Horse is trying to get up.
Bet. Okay. I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll do that. Let me find my Shield of Faith for myself. Make sure I know what it does. Cool, bet. And I'm going to find the first pile of rats, and I'm going to ready my pickaxe after like kind of imagine am I on the ground? Am I trapped or anything, or am I able to just
You're
get up?
hanging half off of your saddle, half onto the ground. The horse went down on its two front knees, basically, and you slipped off kind of to the right. So you've got like one foot dangling from the saddle, your shoulders against the ground. You're in a very inopportune position.
All right. Well, he's gonna correct that inopportune position real quick.
Okay, half your movement to get. Are you standing upright on the ground, or are you getting on,
Yeah.
or standing upright on the pony?
I don't want to step on my poor pony.
Not step, but are you getting back in the saddle in an upright position,
I
or
mean,
are you getting out of the saddle and standing on the ground?
I'm getting out of the saddle. Is the pony like up to a point where
The
I
pony's
get in the
turn is
saddle?
not yet.
Then I'm not gonna get on a saddle if it's still on the ground.
Hmm.
So he'd get out of the saddle.
All right, you get out of the saddle. That's just going to be half your movement to stand upright.
Yep. And I'm gonna see the closest pile of rats, and I'm gonna swing at it. My
Uh,
aggressive pickaxe.
all right, go for it. Give me that rat swing.
And rat swing. Let me see what I'm hitting with again.
Jesus Christ, pony.
Should have got the right thing. Does a 23 hit, by the way?
Yeah, I think a 23 might hit some rats.
All right. Get away from a pony, you fucking little bastards! I'll crush you underfoot.
All right. So you swing down and you splorch about 10 of the rats, sending pieces and flying everywhere. Several of their compatriots immediately converge upon the rats and start devouring them en masse. And can you roll me a perception check, Goldrax, since you're pretty up close with these guys?
I could sure do that.
I think he's paying attention.
Mm-hmm. So you see that the rats themselves, they're of a size that is quite unusual for them. They're a little bit larger than your average rat, somewhere between a normal rat size and a giant rat size, just not quite at the giant point, but they're definitely not the size of a rat that you would normally expect to see in an area like this. Maybe if they were like inside of a sewer where they could be well fed. But out here in the middle of the woods, even if it is an abandoned town, that's a little bit odd for them. You also notice that there is the slightest gleam of intelligence to their eyes.
About to say, could I roll a religion check on them?
Go for it.
Nothing.
No, you don't know anything religious about these rats. But they do look like they might be bigger and smarter than your average rat.
Harder, better, faster, stronger.
Work it, do it faster. Oh, let's make it better. Okay.
On that note, though, did you hear about the DMC rule that's trying to get passed right now, or the law?
The what?
If you play copyright audio in a stream, they're trying to pass a bill that will make it so they can put a fucking felony charge on you and then send you to prison. Because DMCA is insane. Anyway,
Are they
that
that's a
was the bill I was
musical
going
group?
through. DMCA is the Copyright Protection Act, pretty much.
That's dumb.
It is dumb.
As
And
long
people
as
are
you
very
credit
angry about it.
original artists, I don't see what the problem is.
They're using it. I don't think it's going to go through, but we'll see.
It's corporation. Of course it'll go through. Nobody thought
We'll
that certain orange Doritos were going to be elected either, but that happened. I mean, Jesus. So anywho, on that very non-political Dorito note, let's get back to the action. Will that end your turn, Goldrak?
Pretty much, yeah.
Right, it's the pony's
Seems-
turn, and the pony wants to get up.
Good.
The pony rolled a 15. The pony uses half of its movement to get up, and it's afraid of rats, so it is going to fucking run for the rest of its movement away, which is only 20 feet. And while it is running, it's going to kick out at these rats with its hooves.
Perfect.
And it's definitely going to hit. And it's going to squish about 8 of the rats as it's fleeing the scene. It's about 20 feet
Raging
away.
rat? Oh, I can kill all of these rats. I'm not afraid of these things.
Yeah, there are swarms of rats. So
I'll kill all of
each rat is 1 HP, but there's hundreds of them. There's hundreds of them.
them. We'll be here for a while.
Yeah, very, very long time. But anywho, yeah, that is the pony's turn. Now it's the rat's turn again. And the rats are gonna go ahead and make another attack against you because you are very easy to reach. Mm-hmm. Oh. So what's your AC right now?
20.
Sorry, what?
20.
Well, they not 20'd it for a 22, so
Shit.
that's gonna be 14 piercing damage.
Piercing damage, I must say.
14 piercing damage for you. So these little rats that were clinging to you start gnawing through your armor, wiggling their way into the cracks and crevices, burrowing underneath to get at the soft, juicy dwarf flesh that they know hides inside this wrapping.
I'm like a fucking I'm a king crab, baby.
And then the other group of them it's gonna take there. A 9 doesn't hit you.
No.
And then the ones that manage to remain clinging to the horse, they're gonna bite at the horse. That's an 11. Yes, I believe that hits Mr. Pony. It sure does. And that's 7 piercing damage to Mr. Pony, which makes Mr. Pony neigh very loudly in unimaginable pain as countless wounds open up as the rats gnaw at his body. He is not looking so good. Your pony is not looking good at all.
I'm gonna owe people a lot of money. That's rough, buddy.
Yeah. That's gonna end the rat's turn. It's your turn, Goldrock. And you do
Alright.
see, as your turn comes up, that more rats appear to be coming out of the buildings.
Alright. Let me see. Ooh, this will be a gamble. Okay. How far is my horse?
Currently 20 feet from you.
Okay.
You will not incur attacks of opportunity upon you, as the rats that are attacking you are currently clinging to your body and will come with you.
Oh, thank goodness. Just what I wanted to hear.
Oh no, we lost a Sives.
No.
Yeah, I hit the wrong button.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, the memes!
Can I hold the rats off as an action, or?
You can definitely attempt to. It's a contested strength action.
Alright.
They don't have the greatest strength in the world though, so you're probably gonna be okay if you wanted to try that.
Once I garbage. I'm thinking for a second.
Dun, 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 dun,
I'm
dun,
sorry.
dun, dun.
Alright, am I able to, if I run at my horse, am I able to get on it?
Yes, he's only 20 feet away. Your movement speed is, I believe, 25 or 30?
25.
25, yep. You can make it to your horse, and if you want to use mounting, that can be a bonus action.
That can be the action.
I said bonus action.
Oh, bonus action. Thank goodness. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, I think Goldrock's gonna do that.
Okay, you run to the pony, you mount the pony as a bonus action, you still have your action.
Alright, I'm gonna use, Alright, this will be a fucking gamble. I am going to use, what's it called? Cure wounds on my horse.
Okay, go ahead and roll to cure them wounds, yo. All right, your horse looks almost as good as new.
And I'm going to, whatever the opposite direction the rats are in, go that way.
So the rats are all around you,
All right.
coming
What's the
from every building. Straight ahead would probably be
densely
your fast.
populated
Yeah.
rat density per
Straight.
Say
mass
run
accepted?
towards the exit.
To be honest, straight ahead across the road is probably your best bet of getting out of where you are right now, because everywhere else all around you, there's a lot more debris than there is straight ahead. So your clearest path, all the paths have rats, basically. Every path that you're looking at has rats. But the
I'm gonna cue
clearest path
rats,
would be straight ahead on the road.
despite all my rage.
Still just a rat. You're right, we
All
really
right,
are
well,
getting demonetized already.
not demonetized. Yeah, don't worry about that. Anyway,
It's been less than like 3 hours, guys.
Cool.
okay.
Everything's fine.
That's what we are. He's fucking out. He's out of here. He got bit really hard. He don't like that anymore. He's a leader.
Okie dokie. So, on your next turn, Mr. Pony is going to run then. You ending your turn?
Yeah, he's good here.
All right. So, for the pony's turn, the pony is going to take off running using a dash action to take himself 80 feet. He still has rats clinging to him, but there will be no new rats that can attach to him since he is dashing through the rats on a one pony on a one pony runaway train. All right, and now it is, in fact, the rat's turn. There are still a couple of them clinging to you and to the pony. So those ones are going to go ahead and make their attacks. Mm-hmm.
Now, see, the only way I lose is if you crit again.
Yeah. What are the odds of that, right?
Eyes emoji. That's.
Well, that one didn't hit you. Oh well. What about the next
Yeah.
one?
That's all right.
Your AC is 20, right?
Yeah, 20. I can take a couple regular hits.
Okay. That's not too bad. That didn't hit you. And what about the horsey? Okay, the horsey's good. So the rats are getting jostled too much from this mad dash of the horse. In fact, a couple of them even fall off. But several of them still manage to cling to you. You've got about 7 rats still on you, and the horse has about 5 rats still on it. And you manage, with the horse charging, to make it almost to the edge of town. And it is now your turn again.
1 second. Sorry, call for a second. Let's see. So, I'm running my horse away. Let's see. Can I do out of spell slot? I don't want to swing a pickaxe at myself, so I'm gonna use my action to start pulling rats off myself.
All right. Go ahead.
No. More gambling. I'm pulling them off the horse.
Okay. You go ahead and try to pull some rats off the horse. Go ahead and roll me a strength check. And the rats will roll combating strength check. The rats did not win that combating strength check. Okay, roll me 1d8 to see how many rats you can pull off.
I'm taking them all. All of them. Okay.
So you pull about 4 of the rats off. Still got about 3 left on the horse, but that's not too bad. All right. So you pull off a good amount of rats. And anything else for your turn?
Well, I don't really have any other bonus actions. Not yet, at least.
All right.
So, yeah, no, pretty much just rip rats off my poor horse and throw them away.
All right, it's back to the pony, and the pony is going to keep legging it. And since they're dashing with 80 feet of movement, they manage to make it all the way out of the town and a couple feet out the other side. The rats follow close behind you, but kind of mill around about 20 feet outside of the town and don't really follow you any further than that, and they double back to start eating their dead. You do notice behind you, as you're riding off, that there is one rather large rat perched on the top of the roof of one of the more intact houses, and he looks a lot bigger than the others, and he's watching you intently.
Well, because I don't care about rats, he's probably gonna focus on the brood and his horse, so that rat can stare at my sweet, beautiful locks all he wishes.
All right. Speaking of rats, it's now the remaining rats' turns that are still on you and the horse. Fortunately, they don't have quite as many rats, so if they do manage to
I'm
hit
not
you,
trapped.
they will not do quite as much damage.
My point being, I'm not trapped with the rats. The rats are trapped with me.
And the first ones don't even manage to bite you.
I'm taking these with me. These are my rats now.
The second one's managed to get in one bite for exactly 1 point of damage.
Exactly 1 point of damage will be returned to them. At some point. Not yet.
Oh, wait. No, I'm sorry. I read that wrong. So the rats that do manage to hit you do 6 points of piercing damage. The rats that hit the horse do 1 more point of damage to the horse.
The horse can take 1 point of damage.
Yeah, the horse is pretty okay. It kind of whinnies in panic as it's bitten again, but is still running. All right, so you take 6 more points of damage. All right, and now it's your turn.
All right, well, considering I should probably pull rats off myself now, in
Maybe.
all honesty.
Maybe.
Just possibly. My gamble paid off. I got them off the
Well, there's still some of them on the horse, but you
That's
got a
okay.
lot
It'd
of them
take
off
a
the
couple
horse.
rats, not like 8 though.
All right, go ahead and roll to see your strength test again to see if you can yank them off.
Get the fuck off me, horse. That horse off of me. Well, that's not good.
Oh, yeah, no. Those rats, they've kind of burrowed pretty well into your armor. You are not able to get any of those guys off.
That's okay.
That in your turn?
Well, is that an action?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it's an action, so I've got no
It's
bonus
definitely
action.
an
So
action.
yeah, no.
All right, and it's Pony's turn. And
Wait.
yes.
Yes, I forgot I'm a fighter as well. I'm rolling second wind.
Get you some health back. There you go. You get 11 points of health back with your second wind.
Yes, I'll be right back. I hear you though, so keep talking during the rat turn, but I won't be able to do my turn instantly.
Okie dokie. Unless you've indicated that the pony should stop. The pony's just going to keep running, like all out, full speed, straight ahead. Pony's going to make a dex save just to make sure he doesn't trip over anything. The pony, not 20s that dex save. He is a show jumping pony. He's just steeplechase flying over anything in his way, just taking off down this road nonstop. Straight home to Kansas. And it's the rat's turn now. Still quite few of the rats left, so. First one misses. Second one misses. Oh, shit. And the pony takes 1 more point of damage as he is again bitten by a rat. Okay, but you didn't take any more damage. And now it's your turn again.
Pony.
My little pony, gonna bear the plague.
Yeah,
Not
no,
the
that
plague.
actually reminds me. Somebody did a My Little Pony run through Strahd, and I just want to know what that's like.
Did you see the MLP D&D figurines with their customized screen that I linked to you? I found them for sale at GameStop. I was so tempted, but even on sale, they were 47 something.
Ouch.
Grabbing rats? Grab the rats.
Ugh, get off of me, all biting little fuckers.
All right, let's see.
Out of my
Tested strength. All right, you managed to pull off some more. Roll me another d8. See how many you managed to pull off.
All of them, get them off.
There's
Let
only
me
5
out.
on you,
No.
and you only get 2 off. There's 3 left on you, 4 left on your horse.
That's alright. That's an appropriate distribution of rats for me to be at least more at peace.
Fortunately, you only have to suffer 1 attack towards you now after you've gotten those 2 off. Now we're gonna
I'm not worried
pause. We're gonna pause you for a moment and switch back over. Hey, you guys. are making your way along the road, and you have you passed by the ashy remains of the cart that you have tried to inspect and investigate, and concluded was not done by a dragon. At least, doesn't look like it would be done by a dragon unless they were being a moody teenager and dropping torches.
Mhm.
So you continue on your way relatively unscathed. There is noticeably, with your previous perception checks, a lack of smaller kind of animal noises in the area. There aren't that many like bird songs or anything. There's a couple of them here and there, but you notice that the area is kind of devoid of most wildlife that you would normally expect to find, and the land's kind of evening out, and you're starting to come to what look like a bunch of fields that might be the start of some farmland.
Ah. Hmm. I suppose Chives will send the familiar up high into the air to see if they can possibly spot the wrench from where they are, maybe?
Go ahead. All right, send them out.
Perception.
Yes, yes, please.
Perception.
All right, you send your Dragonling familiar out. They coast up, spiraling above towards the clouds and kind of flap out ahead of you. And they look down and they can see about maybe a mile up the road where the land evens out even more, and there is a clearing and the trees around it. What looks like it might be a farmhouse and maybe an orchard.
Hmm. Uh, Sives will wave a hand and gesture in that direction and relay that. It appears there might be something farm-like over yonder way. At least from what I can see from here. I can't tell quite exactly.
Plans, Kathy. What are plans?
See, as I've said many a time, Rooney doesn't make the best decisions. She was like, no, we're going. We're just going. So when we get there, we'll just be there.
With everything else going on, it was kind of like, yeah, maybe we should have like thought about like, are we just like barging in?
Yeah.
Are we gonna like go
Like,
around the
we-
outskirts? Like,
Yeah. By
Fear
the
not, this
by,
is what Rumble Rock is for.
we attempted stealth in the lighthouse and it didn't go well. So
Mm.
no.
Yeah, by the by, while the Dragonling is up there, would they be able to see Goldjack, or is he still too far away?
He's further. Well, actually, since this scenario isn't done at the moment, I can't really tell you if
Oh,
you'd see him or not. Um,
fair.
he's
Very fair.
yeah. In back in time, Goldrak, he's further away than your dragon would see, but I don't know if he survives yet. So we'll find that out momentarily. We're just gonna say that from tree cover, your dragon wouldn't be able to tell one way or another from the road that you had
Fair.
come on.
I died of 3 rats. I deserved it.
Maybe. Maybe. Technically, it's 7 because there's some on the horse. They could come up to visit you.
If they come to visit me, my horse lives, and at least my body will be transported. It's okay.
Nobody knows how to revive you.
That's all right.
we got berries.
Well,
I've got good berries galore, man.
I could preserve him
Got that
for a
good
couple
shit.
days and then have to explain myself. Never mind.
Yep. I don't think he can complain if he's already a zombie.
God, I don't imagine that.
I
That's
do not
so
like that.
bad.
Ruby would let you.
Rufy would be very upset. She'd be conflicted because Goldrag abandoned her.
But I mean, it's like I. I think she'd be upset if like zombie Goldjack
Uh,
was a thing. She'd be upset. She'd
She
definitely be
knew.
upset.
She knew he
He'll be
was a
around
zombie.
forever.
Maybe he'll roll some
Oh.
good deception checks as a zombie.
Oh
Brains.
God.
He said bran, dear. Bran. He needs some bran. Fiber in his diet, you know. Go fetch.
Grains.
Ah.
He's vegan now. He needs grains.
So anyway, anything else you guys want to do? You've come to the edge of farmland. You've seen that there is a farmhouse via the Dragon Familiar about a mile, maybe a mile and a half up the road.
Do we want to slow down? Or keep our pace?
I'd recommend maybe leaving the ox and the carts back here so that maybe they don't kill our ox.
Agreed.
And Lil can stay here as well. That's a good idea.
That is a good idea. I will tell her.
Yes, quite.
I think Wessel is gonna do a perception check.
He's gonna
for-
sniffy.
He has advantage on perception that's hearing or smell. So, whichever.
Sounds good. Go ahead and make that perception check for me. All right. So he sniffs around the area, and while he does find some older traces of what he knows from his previous encounters with it to be orc, they are not very recent. They are maybe like a day or two old in this particular direction. So there's nothing currently in the area, and he doesn't hear anything that would indicate that anything is hiding close by, ready to attack you.
Mm-hmm.
And you said you were going to have a conversation with Lil?
Yes. So, Lil, sweetheart.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh my goodness, you're such a ray of sunshine, even after everything.
Hi. Yes. Hi. I love sun.
Yes. So our ox friend here is going
Ox friend. I like ox friend.
We like ox
He has
friend.
a bell.
Can you hang out with ox friend and come back?
I get to hang out with ox friend?
Yes.
I can hang out with ox friend. I like ox friend.
So if you could just hang out with ox friend,
Okay.
drive the cart. You can check out things nearby, but stay close to ox friend until we come back. Okay?
Okay, so we're coming back to ox friend.
You're staying with ox friend.
I stay with ox friend and you stay with me?
And me and Nix and Nibby and Wessel and Ruby and Sives and Donabella are going to go check on something, and we will come back. And you get to spend all of this time with Oxfriend.
I stay with ox friend. Okay, I stay with ox friend and then I find Nibby?
Nibby and I will come back. We will come back later.
I don't know what later is.
Look at how awesome Oxfriend is, and you can even land on his head.
Get with ox friend.
Oxfriend, yep.
Okay, hi ox friend.
All right, guys, we gotta go.
Ting 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 ting. I'm hitting the bell. Ting ting.
And every time Lil hits the bell, you can just see in the ox's eyes as they break a little bit more. His head lowers just ever
Ox
so
friend,
slightly.
ting ting.
And
Oh, no.
Lil slowly tortures Ox. Even though she does not know.
Ting ting.
All
Sing
right.
sing.
We're gonna.
Lil starts singing because she likes the bell.
Yay! All right, we should.
Okay, let me grab, and Donabella grabs her book that she uses to sketch out everything that they encounter and hops out of the cart. I am ready.
Nibby and Nix get out of the cart and kind of start walking, I guess, towards the direction they need to go.
So, so I can usually read Wessel pretty well. He didn't seem highly concerned about the orc smell that he had smelled. So I'm not highly concerned about the current orc situation nearest to us. However, I will suggest that we that we maybe a little bit longer, but we should try to sneak some stuff.
We should not be on the road, I think. They'll be expecting people from the road, probably using the ranch to ambush them. We should get off of it.
Fair
We was
enough.
just looking around just to make sure everything was okay with Lil and the ox before they were kind of leaving, just kind of glancing around, just making sure everything looked okay. He
Mhm.
doesn't see much,
Oh,
but
Uh,
we did it
in,
anyway.
in a rare moment of foresight, Sive's gonna go ahead and summon their floating disc now instead of.
Instead
That's
of when needed.
yeah. Look, everyone, I've got a corpse transportation unit.
Hey,
Bring out your dead.
quite so.
Alrighty. So you guys, if you guys are going to try and sneak, everybody's gonna go ahead and roll stealth for me, and we're just gonna do a group stealth. Mm-hmm.
Stealth. Okay.
Delve.
Stealth. I don't
Really
think I
so
have
so.
that.
Oh no.
Everybody has stealth.
No, it was not my characters. They usually do not have the stealth.
Well, they have it. It might not be very
Not
good,
good.
though.
They're better than I thought.
With how much I put into stealth, Rooney has literally never been stealthy.
Yeah. Hmm. I was gonna say we might give the boots to Rooney, but I gotta remember that Ruby is in fact in plate.
Yes, Ruby needs them. Rooney
Yes.
is just
The boots in question,
oh,
boots of Elvenkind for anybody watching.
Yes, they managed to locate those. Where did we locate those? Inside a camp? Inside a tent from the camp of orcs that have been slaughtered by the dragon, I think?
I think that sounds right. Or was that the bow?
No, the bow was from the shipwreck. Dandy Claus gave it to you for helping save his mistress from the horrible fate of being forever trapped in this mortal coil.
Dandy Claus gave it to Sives, but Sives was very nice and gave it to me.
Yeah, because Ruby's in plate, and plate is loud.
All right. So it's not the greatest stealth in the world, but depending on the perception of things watching, you might be able to squeak by. So you guys go ahead and move into the brush with minimum stealthiness. Donabella and Nyx are actually the quietest, managing to move around without crackling any twigs or rustling any leaves. Everybody else kind of stumbles along as best they can, just trying real hard to make noise. Ruby's doing remarkably well for her. And Nip's doing pretty okay too. Sives and Wessel and Rooney, however, are kind of fumbling through it. Maybe because Wessel is busy trying to sniff out any. Wait, doesn't Wessel have advantage on stealth?
I don't remember.
I think Wessel the Weasel has a special advantage on stealth thing because he's a weasel. Let me check on Wessel.
Advantage on wisdom checks that rely on hearing or smell.
Mm-hmm.
And that looks
Should
like
be a familiar area. They should just get a bonus. The guys should get advantage anyway.
well, we're from the forest, not from the ranch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're on
But we're in the
plains.
brush.
Yeah, you're in the brush surrounding the ranch itself, but it's not forest anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't have any. The only advantage he has is wisdom perception check. That relies on his character, so.
Yeah. Basic commands. Okay. Oh, move stealthily at a normal pace. Okay. You just move stealthily at a normal pace. You don't gain advantage on stealth attacks. Sorry, Wessel. Well, I tried. But anywho, you guys are making a little bit more noise than would be appropriate. Not overly so, but enough that somebody who's paying attention would probably. God, where'd the ground go? Would probably be able to find you out. But you start making your way towards the ranch, and as we cut away from you guys kind of combat crawling through the brush, we're going to cut back to a runaway pony with a dwarf who is currently yanking at his armor trying to get rats out of it. And it is the pony's turn again, and he's going to keep bolting his way down that gosh darn road as fast as his little foot feet can carry him, which is 80 feet per turn with his dash.
Ooh, good luck, Goldrack.
And it's the rat's turn again.
Mhm.
Fortunately, they've only got 2 attacks left. The rats that are on the horse are going to swarm up onto you, though, so that they can direct both the attacks at you, Goldrack, because you're the one ripping them off. That doesn't hit, and neither does that one. So these last rats are not able to burrow their way through your heavy armor, and we're going to switch back to you.
Well, he's definitely gonna keep throwing them off with his fucking armor. You don't want more rats. Get off of him, you know? Fucking fuck off, you know? Get the fuck off of me.
Oh, dang, that's a nat 20. Go ahead and roll me a d10 of rats to throw off.
Oh my god. Get them all off. Fuck them. Get them out of here. Shake them off.
Well, that is exactly what happens because there were only 7 left. Kathy, the pony. Yes. Yes, that is the
Throw the
pony.
pony. No. Fuck
You just headlock the pony and throw him to the ground, shaking all the rats free. No, you manage to rip all the rats off out from beneath your armor, just like throwing them behind you to the ground. They bounce. They've only got 1 HP. They probably die from the blunt force trauma of it.
They explode instantly.
And your pony just
Balloons.
keeps ends combat for you, but your pony is running, just running full out, and does not want to stop. So that does end combat. But what you want to do about your runaway pony, Goldrack?
Keep running, Snowbell. We'll make it in no time. Just keep running like the life depends on it. That's it.
All right. So the pony is gonna go ahead and keep running, and the pony is gonna make a Constitution saving throw. Pony's fine. Pony is driven by adrenaline and fear, and it will keep on running. And it runs and it runs for the next couple of hours unless you tell it to stop.
You might tell it to slow down eventually.
All right.
Like, you know, take 5. You know, fucking calm the fuck down.
All right. Well, go ahead and roll animal handling to see if you can get him to stop.
Oh. All right. We aren't good at that yet. I guess I'm not bad at it though.
All right. So, after about an hour or so of him just full out bolting, you start to see foam kind of forming on his back and his haunches, and you know this isn't good for the pony. So you start to kind of lean down, kind of stroke his neck away from any rat bites, and kind of just make calming noises. And eventually, his full out gallop turns into a canter. His canter turns into a trot, and his trot into a walk as he starts to slow down. And about this time, you actually see that you are coming out of the woods very close to a field. And roll me a perception check.
I shall.
And off to the side of the road, you see a very familiar looking ox and a very familiar looking cart with an unfamiliar little yellow bird perched upon its horns.
Just singing away.
Just singing away.
That's good sight. All right. He'll hop off the pony to like really like give it a break, and he'll like just start waddling up towards the cart with the pony.
All right, you lead your pony over to the cart and it kind of lopes over, its sides heaving from its very quick gallop in this direction. And the ox has been left with, of course, food and water to keep it occupied during this time. And he's going to go ahead and try to take some of the ox's water. And the ox will let it happen because the ox is depressed. He doesn't care anyway.
He doesn't care.
And you approach the cart and you see your ox and a very cute little bird.
Just fucking chirping away.
Mm-hmm.
Accurate description of Lil.
What is Lil doing upon seeing this strange new dwarven man?
Tweet, 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 ting, 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 tweet, 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 tweet.
Oh.
It's kind of fluttering around, just all
everything about
excited.
whatever. I won't. I'll deal with it.
If you kill Will,
Oh God.
half of the party will turn on you.
It wouldn't be hard to make that happen.
Whatever. The horse is fine. Alright. He'll walk up to the ox and give it like a little pat on the head.
Ox knows you. The ox kind of sets its heavy head upon your shoulder and breathes out, letting its sigh of depression wash over you.
Gives it a little hug. And you what are the others? He says completely like just, out of adrenaline, like, oh my god, he just like fucking escaped a horde of rats, and he's just like, hi.
So the ox stares at you blankly, but Lil can't understand human speech, but if you want to make an intelligence check for Lil to see if maybe you can infer from the tone, I will allow you to do that.
I don't think he's doing his best to tune out Lil, actually.
I'm talking to Nix, if Nix wants to do an intelligence check for Lil.
I mean, sure. Do I do it as like Nibby, or do I do it as Nyx, or do I just
You're
do it
gonna
each
roll, roll me 1d20 -1. He wants more cowbell.
Ting, ting, ting,
He
ting.
likes cowbell.
The dwarf needs more cowbell.
The dwarf does not need more cowbell. The dwarf needs a nice avian meal.
No, he's just a tiny little goldfish. What are you gonna do? Fry one
Bite.
single toothpick of a leg?
No, the whole thing. No. You might die. I won't do that.
It's
It
what,
would
1
die,
HP. It would definitely die.
absolutely 100% would die.
1 HP.
I was also talking about Goldrak. Goldrak might die.
Oh yeah, he would definitely die.
Yes, no, Rooney would be like, who is this? Wait, why is Lil dead? Also, Wessel attack.
Oh God. All right. So, what do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Let's see. I'm gonna look for tracks.
All right. Go ahead and roll me survival.
I shall.
That's a 19. You can clearly see the tracks of a largish, mediumish group of people moving off into the underbrush to the left, and they are maybe about 20, 30 minutes old. If you hurry, you can probably catch up, but you wouldn't be able to stealth if you do hurry.
He run. Fuck, you think Goldrak stealths? Yeah, no. He'll leave the horse, the pony, to rest and recuperate, and he will dart after them.
All right, so you
Let me
go.
do something real quickly here. I want to see. All right, Lil follows him.
Oh no. Goldrak is gonna be very upset.
Lil follows him, tweeting all the while.
Rooney is gonna be so mad.
Lil's just like, you came back, person, final person.
It looks like me.
Goldrak is doing his best to keep a very stone face, like I don't hear it. I don't hear it. Did not hear it. He won't hear it. He refuses to hear it.
It's just like the urchins in Fandolin. You have practice at this. Just ignore them.
Just ignore the poor urchins. They don't need their money.
Money? What is money?
Mine.
Ah.
I didn't mean it like that, but holy shit.
Don't worry. I'll take it that way. I'm
All
not
right.
afraid.
No,
Hold on while I arrange the new map for us.
It's only...
Yeah,
Hello,
Lil's not the
darkness, my
smartest.
old
Lil's
friend.
just like, okay, go with you.
Lil's
Oh, God.
literally like, oh, I bird that shiny follow go.
Big, bloody,
Be
shiny
fair.
dwarf.
He's just like, ox friend, where are we
Oh,
going?
God. Yeah, there's a picture of Goldrak on that.
Goldrak is literally the shiniest dwarf.
Yeah, he's a gold dwarf.
So shiny.
Where is this?
I'm a
Where's-
crab.
Where do we find Goldrack?
Sives, did I manage to get the updated token or the not updated token? I can never remember.
Huh?
Could you guys see the new board?
I
Yes.
see the map. Oh, there's the token.
Okay.
Updated.
Where's the actual? I'm trying to find it.
That's the new one, isn't it?
I just don't know where it is.
Wait, what?
I got you.
Like, you drew Goldrack, and I'm trying to find it, and I can't. Did I save it? I'm pretty sure I did.
Well, I
Out of
mean,
character game discussion.
what?
Out of character game discussion.
Out of character game discussion? Where?
In
Oh.
the out of character game
There it is.
discussion
Cool.
in
Oh, yeah. Also, I'm loving these memes of Lil. Too bad none of our audience can see the Discord.
That's okay.
You've been deprived.
Dun dun dun. Oh shoot, I can't find Donabella and
Fuck. I need
people.
more.
Ruby.
Yeah, that. There's
Where's
Donabella.
Wessel?
Oh, they're all time.
Yeah, I know. I gotta find Wessel too. I'm looking. I'm hunting. Give me a second.
You good? You good? You good?
Ping, 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 ping.
Ah, there's Ruby.
If I click, does that do stuff?
Yeah,
What,
do, like,
ping.
second hold.
Ah!
Wessel's under creatures. Wessel's probably one of the first creatures in there, since he was one of the first creatures everybody had to fight in the other campaign. Here's Wessel.
He's the goodest boy, though. He would never.
He would never. Darling, you could never.
He would never attack without me being like
Without pre-authorization.
in danger or having told him to do so. He also has pack bonded with the crew.
Oh boy.
Also, I have no control of size.
Yeah, that makes
No,
sense.
nobody has
Again.
yet. Nobody has
Oh,
control of anything yet.
Except Lil.
Oh no!
I have control of Lil.
I promise to get you a colorized version of Rooney as soon as I'm done.
Take your time.
Oop, now Nyx.
Da 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 da. There's a lot.
If I have. I do not. Shit.
What? What wrong?
Oh, nothing. I was looking for a thing. And I don't have the thing.
That's not good.
It's okay. Oh,
You need
there's the thing.
things. Things are important.
I
Everybody
found
needs things.
Get link.
All right, everybody should have control of themselves now. Great. Goldrack, you're coming over here.
Yeah.
So is Lil. Everybody else, you guys are about here-ish.
So we kind of went around the outskirt there.
Yeah, because that's open ground there. If you guys were sneaking, you wouldn't have gone through it. The ground portion here is still got some underbrush that you could have crawled / snuck through.
Okay.
This is an open field pretty much, and you see a burned out barn over here. Sorry, I should do that in character though. But
And
Annie,
then this is the building over there.
sorry, which way?
Over on the other side of like the
Yes.
water. Okay. I know my character might not see it yet, but I just wanted to know what was.
Yeah, let me
Yeah.
check on the sites that we see in our stream right quick. Uh-oh.
This looks like a very nice ranch.
It's a very nice ranch. At least the owners thought so at one point.
And there's a little area here I see as well, but I'm not sure what that is yet.
Well, we will get to that. In fact, all right, everybody who is currently sneaking through the underbrush, you're close enough that you might be able to perceive some things about this place. So go ahead and roll me some perception checks. Well, I actually opened the book that I haven't had to open for like 2 sessions.
Nibby sees all. Okay.
Nibby is a god!
Sees more than the dragon thing for once.
Master has given Nibby a perception check. Nibby is god! Perception for Ruby. And perception for Donabella. All right.
I hadn't realized that Wessel had advantage on perception checks that use smell until this session.
That's okay. I've been counting your advantage in perception checks when it involved smell or hearing for Wessel the whole time.
Cool.
Yay.
I was like, I
Yeah.
feel like I may have failed a lot of things.
No, I don't think that Wessel has ever failed anything that both numbers weren't already failures.
Fair.
Yeah, everything else has been, yeah. At least perception wise. He's failed some other shit.
He has.
Yep.
Bad things have happened.
Bad things have happened. This is true. Speaking of things that have happened, what is happening here? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. What's happening here?
Now you're getting me yawning.
It's only 10:30, y'all. I'm on my second cup of coffee.
I contain myself.
All right. So the ranch before you seems to occupy a rather large plot of flat, kind of rolled out land on the north side of the Tribor Trail that you have kind of circumvented and come around. You're kind of on the edges of the fields right now, and you're quite close to a rather ramshackle-looking wooden fence that has cornfields contained within. One half of it down near the south near the Tribor Trail, and up near where you are, it seems to have been open pasture land for maybe cows or pigs or horses at one point. There is a burned out barn directly to the south of you that you can kind of see. The remains are still smoldering. It maybe happened a day or two ago at most that it was burned down. And there is a small burnt shed as well. You do see quite a nice looking little pond that probably the farmhouse draws most of its water from. And the farmhouse itself still appears to be intact, and there is smoke rising out of the chimney before you that those of you who have rolled high enough to perceive can see, and you can always relay it to the rest of your party. You, Nibby in particular, with your beautiful special eyes, do notice you can't really see who or what they are, but you do see some movement around the farmhouse every once in a while of somebody that looks like tall or maybe humanoid-ish. So you think somebody is outside the farmhouse, but it's quite far away, so you're not really able to make out who or what it is. Also, with your super high perception, after about 5 or so minutes of you guys like relaying what you see to everybody else, you hear behind you the crashing and thrashing of what sounds like a rather large animal through the brush, and the rapid tweeting of a very familiar beak. And just before we
My something.
Oh, that's fine because before we play out this reunion, everybody's going to take a quick 15-minute break, use the bathroom, get a snack. We will be back at 10:45.
Okie dokie.
Gone forever.
Cue elevator music that I do not have.
And also shouldn't play it because years ago.
I got you. I got royalty free. Got you.
Do you have bird chirping sound?
Oh my goodness. He's never gonna play with us again.
Oh yeah, it's the wrong command, isn't it?
Thank you for whoever provided the elevator music for our break.
Welcome back.
You're welcome.
I've definitely felt like I'm in an elevator for the last so often time I don't have consciousness of.
Dun, dun, dun. I got an energy drink and apricots.
Well, you.
And I can't get the apricots open to eat them. I feel as bad as the ox. I feel as bad as the ox when the cow got murked. There we go.
You have to roll a strength check to see if you can open the apricots.
Oh, I rolled nat 1.
Okay.
But my teeth rolled a nat 20.
See, that's okay then.
I'm going to mute myself while I eat these apricots.
Yeah, don't trust. They said the new updated CRISPR like blocks out any crunchy snack music. That's a lie.
It's very much a lie. I heard you eating things earlier.
I know. It was ice. And I saw my thing going off, and I was like, eh.
Whoops, didn't want to watch that.
I feel slightly cheated though because my apricot snack pack only had 3 apricots in it.
I would feel cheated too.
That feels more like an apricot tease pack.
At least you have the taste of apricot now.
I do like apricots. They're very good for you too.
Delicious and nutritious.
And taste just like apricots.
Good. But the apricots taste like apricots.
Snozzberries taste like
Taste like
snozzberries. Looks like we have 5 viewers on our stream, which are probably all of us viewing ourselves.
I have it muted so I don't get confused by multiple voices, but yes.
Hmm. That's okay. Do it for the girls and the gays.
So I was talking to you guys, and I don't think you heard me because I was muted.
Oh,
Yep, you were muted. You muted yourself.
Is that, like, it made sense. So I was like, oh yeah, okay, I get it. I was like, wait, didn't I mute?
You know, I need to figure out how to actually create a link to the stream. I don't know how to do that.
I showed. This is his be it.
Mm-mm. Oh, hey, cool. Thank you. I'll copy and paste this forever.
Alright, so Felix. Felix.
Hello. Yes. What? Hi.
Hi. So I don't know if I'm doing it right. Do I just extract the entire thing to like another folder?
Yeah. So, just like you should like right click it and it'll say like extract here or extract to a folder. Probably just extract it to a folder,
Okay.
and then like I'll show you what mine looks like after I extract it.
Yeah, I was trying to like take a screenshot, but like I not all of the buttons work on my keyboard.
Nah, it's all good. So for mine, it just goes, and then if I go into that folder, it looks like that. And then just double click on the blue button, and you're good.
Okay. That's what I thought to do. Cool. I was like, I think something. I'm 100% did the thing, but
Nah, you're good.
yay! Thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right, since I got that taken care of, I need 30 seconds and I'll be back.
Okie dokie. One,
Mississippi,
two.
Mississippi.
I found Shiny Man. Bring Shiny Man to Nibby.
Shiny Man very unhappy.
Is Shiny Man ever actually happy?
Sometimes. He keeps it secret and safe though.
Everybody knew Shiny Man was happy. Then Shiny Man would have to kill everyone.
Yeah. You would. There would be blood in the streets.
Yep.
Feed the corpses to the rats. Yes.
Fed with the blood of thine enemies.
We threw off with the horse.
Which rats?
Yeah. I'm sure you can find some rats.
I don't think it would be
Some
hard.
in the town.
Brings the question of how the heck are you guys getting back to Phandalin?
We're just
Well, we're
not.
gonna
We're
kill
just
them, that's
never
obvious.
going back there, apparently.
We could kill some rats.
We could also just go through the forest.
Yeah.
Yes.
That wouldn't be dangerous at all.
Kill.
I mean, there's probably, not that we're murder hobos, but there's probably treasure in the town of rats.
I hope no one was counting because it was slightly longer than 30 seconds, but I'm back.
Kathy was counting. Kathy's always counting.
The number of
Always
tweets
watching.
that Lil can get out.
He's watching Wazowski.
Oh, he's watching.
And copyright strike.
All right. Is everybody ready?
Yes.
I believe so.
All right. We come back as you hear the sweet, sweet song of a Lil coming up behind you and the clippity clomp clomp of something large moving through the underbrush.
And Lil singing, I found a shiny man.
And only Rooney understanding this.
So I'm going to immediately go, why is Lil and wait, what? Shiny man? And immediately take an offensive position.
Respectable response.
Ruby is going to take her cue from Rooney and move to protect the rest of you all at the front of the group, holding her hammer high. Donabella is going to move to the back of the group with scythes and ready fire in her hands. What's Nyx doing? What's Nibby doing?
So Nyx is probably like, kind of following everyone's lead of like, okay, getting ready. Something's happening. What's going on? hold on, let's see here, probably about here. And Nibby's probably like, Lil?
Oh God! So Nibby goes charging off through the bushes, yelling Lil's name at the top of his lungs. You hear a small kind of squeaky voice yell Lil, and crashing through the brush towards you, Goldrak. What do you do?
Oh, well, he doesn't do anything just yet, but he's definitely ready for anything.
All
Not
right.
like aggressive, but he has like his pick at his shoulder. He's kind of he's just at a rest position, but he's watching. Because he is in
Alright.
a forest.
Ruby goes running after Nib, creating more crashing. Sives, what is Sives doing? Sives has been quiet.
Ives is being terrified of the only shiny man that they know about.
Yeah, Sives only knows of one shiny man, and so Sives just like slowly turns around with a look of vague horror on their face and doesn't do anything. Just kind of stands there and stares at where the direction of the noise is coming from. Says nothing.
Granted, I'm sure there's a lot of shiny men out there. There's no reason for you to think that this is Goldrak coming up behind you. Ruby certainly doesn't think it. Last you guys heard, he was off in Neverwinter, so
He's also shiny and loud, so that's
true.
amazing.
Shiny and loud, but there's guards out there that are also shiny and loud.
So Rooney readies her bow in like pure fear that Lil is just so excited to be bringing like an enemy to us when they're shiny. And also Nibby just disappeared.
Yep. All right.
Nibby ran off because he's like, I know that chirpy chirp.
And
what is chirpy chirp doing here? And Lil's just kind of like, I hear a Nibby.
and it's at about that moment as Nibby and Goldrak run practically face first into each other. Go ahead and roll dex for Nibby and Goldrak. Goldrak with advantage because Goldrak was sort of prepping for it. Was Nibby prepping or just running straight head first?
Probably just straight head first. You said
Okay.
dex save?
Yep, dex save for you. And no advantage because you were not prepping. All right, so Goldrak, you manage to sidestep as a youngish-looking halfling comes bursting out of the bushes straight towards you, but the edge of your pick handle kind of trips him and sends him down face first into the dirt with a Lil chirping all around him.
Oh, lads, you need to watch where you're running. It's a thicket. You're in a thicket.
I heard it, a Lil. I heard a Lil. And
Dear bird.
And Lil just is kind of sitting on his head, just kind of chirping away and all excited that he found a Nibby.
And it's at that point.
Nibby.
At that point, that Ruby bursts into the glade.
Rumblerock.
Oh, I think I heard of you. You're friends with, and then points to Ruby because Ruby's popping up right there.
She's got her hammer raised, ready to go. Then she stops. Oh, look what the bird dragged in.
I couldn't get it away from me.
Well, I don't know. I think it's kind of nice.
On your head.
Rooney is approaching out of fear.
A sweet bird, but
Ruby
chirping away, all excited and like, people, Nibby, Rooney.
All right.
Rooney's the only one who understands this, by the way.
Ruby turns and not yells but whispers loudly over her shoulder. It's all right. It's just Rumblerock. Rooney, can you tell the bird to tone it down a bit? I don't want to draw the orcs down on us.
What? Oh no, I probably would have heard that.
Yeah, you know that the reason that they came out this way was to save a ranch from orcs that had attacked it.
Okay.
And which is why you took off after them in such haste, because we all know of your hatred of orcs.
Yes.
To the viewers, orcs killed his favorite aunt twice removed something. Orcs bad.
He just hates orcs.
Just hates orcs. It's very.
gold dwarf bred in hatred for orcs.
Yes,
He's
it's
mine.
a racism that has been handed down throughout the generations.
Thank goodness. In the book of garages.
Yeah.
So, Rooney will try to calm down Lil, but like that's not an emotion Lil has.
Roll
So-
animal handling for me, Rooney.
Yes, ma'am. Let's see what that +4 does. Bet you nothing.
Ooh.
Great.
Okay.
So,
So my brain
Rooney's
initially saw Nibs nat one and went nothing.
All right. Say what you're gonna say to Nibby. I mean to Lil.
I can't control Nibby.
Nobody can control Nibby. Nibby's a free spirit.
So Lil's on my head, and hi Lil. This is a friend.
Shiny man.
I've put my bow down, by the way. This is Shiny Man. He's a friend, but we need to stay nice and calm and quiet. Play a new game called "You Need to Stay Calm and Quiet"
What is
around
calm?
around Shiny Man. Can you tweet quietly?
Tweet quietly.
Perfect. We need to do that around Gold Shiny Man.
Oh, tell her that a cat'll eat her if she doesn't tweet quiet. That'll do it.
Ruby, are you trying to give this girl a heart attack and kill it from just emotional damage?
Well, I'd prefer to take that chance over an orc's arrow.
Nyx recommends, can you tell her to go back to the ox?
Lil, do you remember? So, Ox Friend. Do you know where
Oxfriend.
Ox Friend is?
Oxfriend by Big Tree.
Can you go back to Ox Friend, please?
Go back to Oxfriend? What? Shiny Man and Nibby and Rooney and go back to Oxfriend?
Lil, go back to Ox Friend. We'll come back later, like before.
Later. Okay. Okay. I tell Nibby and go to Oxfriend.
I'll tell Nibby that you're going to Ox Friend. You go to Ox Friend.
Go to Oxfriend. Oxfriend.
Oh no, the void cannot consume these scythes.
So that's terrifying because my lights flickered too, and I'm on the different coast.
Well, I think the Russians have attacked the power grid, y'all.
Yeah.
До свидания.
In Soviet Russia, Dragon Dungeons you.
Dungeon Dragons you.
I don't. It's not the same. But anywho. So yeah. So Lil flits off, hopefully back to the ox, unless they forget what they're doing halfway and come back. But with a 19 animal handling, you have definitely conveyed to Lil the importance of going back to the ox. So hopefully she will stick there unless something catastrophic happens. So that leaves Stives and Donabella kind of hanging back at the back of the group. Ruby up front as the welcoming committee for Goldrack, and she's kind of got her arms crossed looking at him semi-grumpily, and you haven't really seen this expression on Ruby's face before.
Just kind of awkwardly scratches his head.
So did you have a nice vacation?
I wouldn't call it a vacation, but...
See all the sights that you wanted in Neverwinter?
No, I packed up and left essentially the same day.
In the dead of night, though, so the elders couldn't talk to you, much like a certain other recent happening.
Well, I simply alerted the clans to the happenings in the town and not the town, the graves. No.
Oh, so something a messenger pigeon might have been able to do is what you're telling me.
Possibly.
Mhm. 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 Well, I should have known you'd be slugging your way back once you found out that we were about to go into some orcan fighting. We do know that's your favourite thing, so why don't we all get to it? And Ruby turns and stomps back towards the front of the group without giving you another look.
I will. I guess so. And Rumble will look at the open field into the farmhouse.
And that's actually a burned out barn right there. Farmhouse is over here.
Same difference.
Mm.
He'll. So it's all. It's
Look that
totally.
way.
Yep, you guys are in sort of some underbrush. You guys are in sort of some underbrush area with a very limited amount of trees here. This is like the outskirts of the farm, the part that they didn't level out for pasture and all that fun kind of stuff, and whatnot. And Ruby is obviously very annoyed, but also somewhat relieved, because Rumble Rock isn't dead. She was kind of worried with manticores and dragons running around everywhere.
Fair.
All right, so what y'all want to do?
Oh, I rolled perception at the thing just to see what it's about.
Okay, so you percept that there are several burned out buildings which are still smoking, which must have been done within the last 2 days, specifically the barn over here, and what looks like it once must have been a large storage shed or silo over here. The farmhouse itself seems to be intact. There is smoke rising, but it's out of the chimney that you can see on the top of the farmhouse. Bless you.
Thank you.
And Nibby and yourself are able to see one or two figures that it's hard to make out who or what they are every once in a while passing around the outside of the farmhouse itself. You're too far away to actually make out who they might be, though.
Okay. Rumble will attempt to follow after them quietly, though he is in armor, so that's probably hard.
All right, go ahead and roll stealth for me, Rumble Rock. Everybody else is still good from their last stealth roll.
I mean, good is a strong word.
14.
Alrighty. So everybody's decided to. Anybody else want to say anything or do anything before you guys start making your way towards it?
It's probably just kind of briefly is like, "Hi, I'm Nix. I'm traveling with your friends here. Nice to meet you." Just kind of like awkwardly, like, okay, no one's introducing me, so I'm just gonna say hi.
I.
Size just gives a little wave and a hello, Rumble Rocks.
Hello, Saves.
Good to see you. Glad you're not dead.
I'm Rooney. This is Wessel. Pleasantries later. Orcs now.
I agreed.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Just out of fear. She's scared. There's a new person. We've all been hanging out for a little while now. I don't know this guy. Ruby's mad at him. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about him. So
I mean, understandably.
so Bruni's trying to figure it out right now. Still riding Wessel for the record.
And Wessel's probably sniffing at him very interestedly as well, unless Rooney tells him not to.
Golddrack smells like rats.
Delicious, delicious rats. His mouth starts to water. And Donabella is kind of going to scooch back towards Rumble Rock and be like, I'm glad you're alright. I was afraid a dragon ate you.
I might have eaten the dragon first, honestly.
I don't know. He almost ate Rooney. And she nods towards Rooney riding on the back of Wessel.
I didn't hear you.
Donnabella's like, I don't know. The dragon almost ate Rooney. And she nods at Rooney riding on the back of Wessel.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about it.
No, it does not surprise me, honestly. But we should probably get further away from sight before we continue talking.
Okay. Alright, so everybody's gonna stealth their way towards the farmhouse.
Should we stealth again, or are we still stealth?
You are still currently stealthed at this time.
Happy.
All right. So you guys stealth your way a little bit closer. Anybody want to roll perception checks again to see if they can see anything now that you guys are a little bit closer?
Yep.
Take
Yep.
my brain.
Size is gonna, first of all, ask the dragonling to change shape from a dragonling into, gosh, I don't know,
I don't like that the turn order thing just popped up.
sparrow? Turns into
worry
a
about it.
sparrow. Just a.
Oh, seriously, Rooney?
Was the not one for Rudy?
Yes, it was. Oh.
Okay.
Whack.
I'll bear that in mind.
Bear.
No bears. No more bears for you. You failed your last bear check. It ran away. Your bear ran away.
I know what I'm doing now.
Hunting bears for the rest of your life till you get a new bear?
Nah. I know what path I'm going down.
Path of the bear?
No bears, sadly. Not this time.
You're gonna be a
She
cavalier?
was just so concerned
No,
with
I'm-
watching Rumble Rock that she wasn't paying attention.
Yeah,
They had
probably.
Oh, like
But-
forgot what the ground was.
It's okay, you're riding on top of Wessel. You can't face plant.
Only into
Something bad's gotta happen.
Perception.
Music's
You hear the music? Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say.
The music changed, the turn order thing popped up.
I was just clearing it, just in case.
Yeah,
Just
preparing for
Not-
something that's gonna
look,
happen
it's
shortly.
nothing's wrong, guys. It's all right. Everything's fine.
Except everything is wrong. Fire is everywhere. Everyone's dying. Everyone is dead. The end.
All right, so Sives
Donnabella's
changes.
like, I'm just gonna hang out over here.
Donabella doesn't feel like dying. So Sives changes their dragonling into a sparrow and then sends him ahead to kind of scout out a bit. Let's see, what was your sparrow perception? 17. So the sparrow kind of flits around the house and let's see here. Any specifics? Da 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 da. So between the farmhouse and behind the burned out shed in the underbrush where you are right now, there are a bunch of pigs.
This is the shed, right?
Yes.
This right here is the shed.
This is the farmhouse.
Yes, you guys have made it to the shed undetected as far as you can tell.
Okay.
And it's a burned out kind of husk of it's like a large storage shed that probably stored like feed or something like that. Whatever used to be in it is no longer there anymore. It has been burned to the ground, and the heavy smell of char and fire still fills the air. Some portions of it are still smoking, belying that there may be embers burning underneath the charred wood itself. And surrounding it, you see pigs wandering the entirety of the farm itself, kind of nonchalantly eating things they probably shouldn't be eating. And you notice that parts of the fence off to your right have been busted down and broken. Looks like they have probably either broken out of or something has broken into what was previously their pen, and they're just out wandering the entirety of the farm, eating things at their leisure. These are no longer domestic pigs. They will now be wild pigs unless somebody rounds them up. You also notice that here and there, scattered around the grounds, appear to be corpses.
Oof.
And they are swarming. And they are swarming with flies. No lightning this time, Kathy. It's just pigs. Normal,
And
cute
death.
piggies. Pigs and death, and some of the pigs are eating the corpses because pigs eat anything.
They do. They're pigs. They're fucking pigs.
Pigs don't care. Pigs just don't care.
They're hungry.
They're hungry. Hungry,
Pigs have a
hungry
sensitive
piggies.
digestive system.
Well, luckily for them, it's not sensitive enough to be mad about human flesh.
Yeah, pigs have a very acute digestive tract. Oh, pardon me for just 1 second, you guys. Ah.
Did she find any corpses?
Sorry about that, you guys. I was thinking about animals who will eat anything, and that got me thinking about goats, and it got me thinking about my dog, and then I was like, did I bring my dog inside? And I did, but that's constantly my fear. I'm always thinking, did I bring my dog inside after he finished going to the bathroom? I can never remember.
I get that.
But
Right?
anywho,
Did I leave the stove on? Did I lock the door? You know?
did I take the dog in? Is he running free? Eating corpses with pigs. Anywho, so yeah, you see a couple of dead bodies scattered kind of in the area that you're in right now. There's a couple more towards the barn, kind of in the open field with the broken down fence, and you see one or two kind of on the road leading to the farmhouse. Rough tally, let's see. You think you see about 7 corpses.
I thought he said there was only like 3 people there.
He did say that there were 3 people left alive that he knew of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought he meant there was only 3 people total. So okay, 3
Yeah.
people that he
There were
knew
3
of at
people
that time.
alive when he
Okay.
managed to get away.
That makes
3
more sense.
There were 3 humans alive when he managed to get away.
True. Can we tell if the corpses are human?
You will have to approach them to find that out, and it would mean you'd have to go out in the open to do so.
Okay.
And with that 17 perception, the sparrow familiar is also able to see that there are about 2 orcs over by the farmhouse itself that seem to be kind of walking around it, sort of like a patrol. They've got weapons on their shoulders, and they're kind of looking around kind of nonchalantly. They don't seem like they are that bothered, but they're doing their rounds. And then there is another one located right in front of what looks like cellar doors.
So are the cellar doors like here?
So the cellar doors are right here.
Okay. And are there like any windows or anything on the outside of?
Oh yes, there are many windows on all sides of the house.
Okay, cool.
Are any of the windows open?
None of them appear to be open at this time, but they are made of glass, so they are able to be seen out. They're not the typical kind of peasant shuttered affair that you're used to seeing in a lot of smaller houses. This is a 2-story farmhouse that looks like it is actually remarkably well put together. Whoever owns this ranch is obviously quite successful, especially given the extent of the grounds surrounding it. You've got several gardens, cornfields, a large pasture area, and there even appears to be a orchard a bit to the south of you, which the pigs are currently running through freely and eating as they will.
All right. How tall are the pigs by chance? Weird question, I know.
The pigs, well, they are a good sized pig. On a normal human being, they'd probably come up to mid thigh at the tallest point of their back.
So taller than 3 feet, probably.
No, I'd say it's shorter than 3 feet. I don't think that's quite 3
good.
feet. Oh,
Si's
good.
gonna climb onto their disc. which hovers 3 feet in the air.
Okay. You climb onto your disc, which hovers 3 feet in the air.
And I'm gonna try to surf over the pigs and go to the farmhouse.
So you're gonna surf out into the open over top of the pigs, headed straight for the farmhouse?
It seems like a bad idea,
If
but
that...
also it seems really fun.
All
So,
right.
yeah.
So you all watch as Sives gets the aha look on their face and clambers up onto their floating disc and starts floating straight towards the farmhouse with no attempt at cover.
Nope.
Anybody do anything?
I think Nyx is probably just like,
I'm also
kind
gonna
of
ready
like-
Misty Step.
Okay. So Nyx,
will kind of get at least closer to the like edge and at least following after, but not like into sight, and he'll just wait.
Ruby is like, "What the fuck are you doing?" As Sives floats by.
And Nimby just kind of like goes and hides behind Nyx, like, this is not going to be good. He even knows this is probably not going to be good.
Donabella, with her blind faith in Sives, is going to be like, "It's fine, he knows what he's doing, it's cool," but she also stays back because while she knows that Sives will be fine, she's not sure if she would fuck up whatever he's about to do. So Sives floats straight towards the farmhouse, and it's not 5 minutes before you hear an orcish shout go up, and you see one large orc running towards you with a javelin in hand.
Towards Sives or
Towards Sives.
the group? Okay.
Towards Sives. They don't notice you yet because they're focused on the floating fucking wizard.
Yeah.
And Nyx also just mentioned something like, we might want to move away from where he came from?
Okay, Sives actually wasn't expecting this to go. But now that this is happening, Sives is gonna contact the bangle and the dagger at the same time and say, "Hey, how do I say in Orcish? Stop! I have a message and a gift for you."
Um.
That's to Grog and the other dude. I forget his name.
Glark Nork Tigterasto.
And Sives holds up their hand.
The orc kind of screeches to a halt, stares at you, and says in perfect common, "The fuck did you say about my mom?"
She's a lovely woman and she wouldn't want you to kill the messenger who's here to give you a message and a gift. Yes.
Persuasion.
You didn't have him do stealth when he was flying over the pigs. Now we have persuasion.
You can't do stealth when you're flying in the open over pigs. That's just not a physical possibility. Oh, Sives. Your silver tongue doth fail you. The orc grips his javelin, fingers whitening as he rears back and chucks it straight at the floating wizard.
Yep. Sives is gonna duck.
Okay. Hold on just a second. I need to find his stats. I think he's under monsters. Ogre.
Just the one orc at the moment?
Just the one orc at the moment.
Okay.
No, I don't want an orc on the board. I want stat block. There we go. Do. Does 14 hit you?
Unfortunately.
You're going to take 5 piercing damage as a javelin just slices through the robes at your waist. And you can go ahead and roll initiative because you are now in combat with this orc.
Oh, I can't use the Misty Step that I had ready. I
Oh,
forgot.
yeah, that's right. You do have Misty Step ready. All
I
right.
forgot I have that.
I will allow you to use Misty Step as the orc is throwing the javelin to blink out of existence. You're still going to take the damage to your hip, but you are no longer where you were. Where are you Misty Stepping to?
That's a good question. Probably. How about over here? Is this a wall or is this just a fence?
That is a fence.
Damn it. Okay, probably over here then. Nope.
Okay.
Wait, he's gonna see the cloud, isn't he? Big brain. I'm gonna go all the way across the water.
Okay, so you Misty Step to the other side of the pond. And the orc, gonna roll perception.
Shakes.
Gonna roll perception to see if he can figure out where you went.
And then I'm gonna drop to the ground and try to hide in the grass. What are these? Is this like an orchard type thing?
It's an orchard type thing, but let me see if I found you first.
That's fair.
Does the orc get disadvantage because he did not anticipate a Misty Step?
Yes, he does. And go ahead and roll me a stealth check, Sives.
Please, God, just be stealthy.
All right. So even with disadvantage, this orc still rolled better than you. So he looks around for a good minute before he sees your hat ducking down between the rows of cabbages and the pigs that are in them. And he's like, "Oi! Get back here!" And he's gonna take off running down the road towards you. Anybody doing anything?
Yes, I'm engaging. So as
All
he
right,
gets to that point, Bubble Rock is going to rush in.
All right, you have a surprise attack because he wasn't because he was not anticipating you. So take 1 surprise round on this guy. Everybody else roll initiative.
If nothing else, I am good bait.
If nothing else, I am good bait. Felix.
I didn't target myself. Hang on.
I have a question. Was that with advantage or was that a regular attack?
It's a surprise attack, so it is with advantage. He did not know you were there.
Doesn't matter. I'm glad I didn't crit fail.
You still didn't hit the man, though.
That's all right. I didn't crit fail. That's all that matters.
All right, question.
Have
Mm-hmm.
initiative.
Where is initiative on Nibby's page?
It
I think I asked you that before.
should be right to the right of his name
There it
and
is.
slightly under it.
Okay,
It's this tiny
cool,
little
thank you.
dice. Yeah.
I did not look there. All right. Oh, and I forgot to select me before I pressed the button.
Dun
If
dun
anybody
dun.
ever watches this stream, anybody who plays Dungeons and Dragons regularly, anybody who's like good at Dungeons and Dragons, like seasoned adventurer, I'm just picturing them watching this part and just doing the airplane face palm.
Yeah, I just go ahead and assume that anybody who seriously plays is probably going to be screaming at the screen, especially with my DMing capabilities.
No. Oh god.
We're all learning.
Where's Nibby?
That's why I like this group because I can fuck up and I don't get kicked out.
There's Nyx, Donabella, Wessel, Rooney, Sives, Ruby, the orc. Where the fuck is Nibby?
He got a 6, if that.
Yeah, he's just not on the
Helps.
tourney thingy yet. Don't know why.
He's up by Nyx on the top right if you need to know that.
Yeah, I know where he is.
Okay.
I
Just
just
enabling my wargamer.
Ruby, Rooney, Donabella, Nib. Nib got a 6. Let's see here. Rumble Rock. What did you get, Rumble Rock? You got 17. Whoa.
Yeah, 17, yeah.
Yeah, but I got 17. Yeah.
There you go. A lot of people got 17.
I came ready to kill, just not the surprise round.
All right. So, let's see. You missed with the surprise round. The orc is now aware of your presence. And you're also the top of the round. So, Rumble Rock, what you gonna do?
Oh, Rumble Rock's just gonna keep going. There, he doesn't stop at just one swing, of course. Why would he ever?
That's silly talk.
Yeah, well, don't worry. He's just gonna keep flailing at the orc.
You're gonna have to flail a little bit harder than that, Rumble Rock.
I sure am, and I'm gonna use one of my things. My, what is it? Fervor of War, whatever it's called. I'm gonna swing again. Thank goodness.
All right, and you hit him this time.
Yes, only this time though, set face. Oh yeah, well, eat my fucking pick, you dirty orc scum.
All right, so you hit that orc for 7 damage, and he goes, "Ah! Dirt man! I'm gonna make you eat those words!"
Come. Do it then.
All right, Nyx, it is your turn. What are you doing?
So, on this map, is it every space is still 5, or
For the
is
sake
it
of this
more?
battle, it's going to be that just so that
Okay.
I'm going to assume that you're actually closer than what you are. You're just spread out for the sake of what you would be distance-wise from each other. Sives, however, is literally across the
Well,
pond,
Nyx
and
and Nibby ran to the other side because they were like, Sives came from this direction. If they went that direction, if the orcs go that direction to look where he came from, we're going to get out of the way.
yeah.
So they moved.
I am just going to assume that everybody is within about 30 feet-ish
Okay.
of one another, except for Sives, who's across the pond and like 2 turns away.
Okay. So in that case, I guess I'll do a fire bolt. Let's do that. Let's see here. Firebolt. Where is my button? Button. Where's the button? Not that. That is not the button. Where's Firebolt? There it is. Why were you hiding, silly?
All right, you definitely hit with that firebolt. As it comes shooting out of the brush, completely taken unawares, the orc is struck by it. Ah! And he hits the ground hard. Mhm. Okay. So the orc, fairly short-lived as far as things go, hits the ground, a smoldering heap, as you light him on fire. He is now quite dead, his dying scream ringing out.
Darn, he screamed.
Well, now they know we're here.
Yep.
I say guns blazing.
No. That poor orc.
You just yell charge and go.
If that's what you want to do, we can keep on rolling. You do know from what the scouting said that there was at least one more orc that was patrolling around the farmhouse and another one that was guarding the cellar doors.
So can we see both of them from like where we are, or
You can't see the other orc that was patrolling, but you do see the orc that was in front of the cellar doors, kind of looking around from your position, Nyx. Um,
and like do they like is anybody else responding to the yelling orc and the screaming and the
not
running and the
not that you can see yet, but it might not be their turn.
Hmm. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, Nyx is, I guess, gonna try to hang back a little bit, because especially with the, let's see here.
Craig!
I have not forgotten about Greg. Greg and Grog, the brothers that
Greg and Grog.
the brothers Sives tried to save.
And
Right.
failed so
Tried.
miserably.
Yep.
Tried his opportune word. All right, Rooney, it's your turn. What do you want to do?
Do I have sights on the guard at the doors?
You do.
The
You have sights on the guard at the cellar doors, who has not yet noticed your presence.
Okay. And do we know the approximate distance, or can I count squares?
You would say that he's about 80 feet from you at this time.
Do we all agree on guns a-blazing?
I mean, it's a little late at this point.
What
There he
would
is.
Rooney do?
I don't
So-
think there's anything particularly wrong with like half going guns blazing as like a distraction while the other half does sneaky things.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it, our party has just split. Sives is on the other side of an entire lake.
He's got a frisbee. He can come back.
Yeah, eventually.
The frisbee didn't go with him. He misty stepped over to the other side of the lake, and now he's too far away from the frisbee, and the frisbee is dissipated.
Oh, that's true. It does that if you get too far away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, if Sives moves out of the range of it, then it typically like follows. But if he's Misty Step, I don't think that counts.
Yeah, that feels kind of like a teleport thing, you know.
Disc is like, oh, he gone. Bye.
Gone.
So what would Rooney do? What's Rooney doing? All right. So Rooney would be like, okay, I'm not trying to charge in because nobody else is charging in quite yet. But Rooney is very good at distance. So if she can see the other orc and we just murdered the crud out of another orc, I'm shooting guns a-blazing, and she is going to longbow at the orc she can see.
And you do, I believe, have 120 feet with that longbow, so that is in the realm of possibility.
I have 150 feet with that longbow.
Oh, that's even better. You can definitely hit him. He's about 80.
+1 longbow. So let's see what it's gonna be doing.
Ah, you hit him. Give me some damage on that +1 longbow. It is 9 piercing damage. Rooney draws back her longbow, which is nearly the size of herself, loosing an arrow that goes streaking across the glen and hits the orc in one of his rippling green pectorals. And he lets out a roar of rage, reaching up to rip out the arrow, and his eyes lock with the gnome that's riding astride the weasel. He knows where you are now. Anything else for your turn, Rooney, my dear?
I think that's it. I'll probably sign to Wessel to hold the distance and not rush in until others do.
No Leroy Jenkins is? Aw, that's sad.
I don't know what that means, but I'm also okay with that.
All right. So, now it is Donnabella's turn. Donnabella is a bit too far away to do anything at the moment, so she is going to spend her turn kind of moving closer. She spends her movement to kind of get in the same area that everybody else is, and then she doesn't really have an action that she can spend against Mr. Orc. So it's Ruby's turn. Ruby is going to kind of look at Gundrak, who's now out in the open, sigh, and proceed to use the rest of her turn to dash towards the house. And she gets within about 20 feet of the orc that's there. But she's dashed, so she can't take her action. All right, it is now Wessel the Weasel's turn.
Wessel! Wessel's gonna hold because he's a good boy and he listens. But he's what's he called? That's it. He's just gonna hold. His only attack is bite, so he can't help unless he's close.
Yep. He may be a magic weasel, but he's not a magic ranged weasel.
No, this is still going to be a he is my steed at the moment, and he will listen because he be good boy.
He be good boy. Sives, it is your turn. You are across an entire freaking lake. What do you do?
Sure am. Let's see. I have what is my what is my speed?
I believe
30.
you're 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could get 60 feet with a dash, which will take you to about here around the thing. Or if you wanted to go the other side, here.
What about swimming across the lake?
His swim speed is going to be less than his running
Oh,
speed.
okay.
So I was here.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yep. But it's
it's
further. It's further for you because you're actually across a lake. These guys over here, I'm just using the squares to denote how far apart they are from each other, but they're not actually back there. You're actually across the lake. So yeah,
Gotcha.
you can get to right here with your movement speed at a dash.
Okay.
Right there.
At a dash?
At a dash.
Huh.
Yep.
I mean,
How
I
many
guess.
feet away is he then?
He is about 200 feet from the house, or was 200 feet for the house. Now he's about
How far
140.
can you misty step?
I don't know. I just picked far enough away that I wouldn't be stabbed.
I allowed it for flavor.
For flavor.
I thought it was funny. All right.
I dropped out of Misty Step and I just kept going.
I mean, I just now realized it would have been funnier if you did it into the middle of the lake, but
God, right?
that it woulda, coulda, shoulda, you know.
Yeah, no,
Instead, I just comfort myself with the internalized vision of Sives hiking up his skirt as his bony little legs flail, and he goes, "I'm coming!"
Yep.
Nib's turn. What's Nib doing besides being horribly traumatized by everything?
Hiding behind Nyx. Let's see here. No one is kind of hurt, so he's just gonna hang out behind Nyx and just kind of look horrified.
Alrighty. And that brings us to rounding the side of the house next to Sive's area where he's coming out at. An orc. And as a bonus action, this orc can move his movement speed towards a target as well as his actual movement. So basically, he can dash without any kind of repercussions.
Unfortunate.
What did you say? What did you say, Rumble Rock?
So that's why I love orcs, baby.
Yeah. So he's able to get within javelin throwing distance of you. He's not quite to you yet because you were still about 140 yards away. He can go 60 towards you without any repercussions. So he's still a good 80 feet away from you. He's gonna just go ahead and throw that javelin. Does a 23 hit?
No. Yeah.
So that is going to be 7 points of piercing damage, Sives. And how you looking? How you looking? How much you got left?
You said 7?
Yep, plus I think it was 5 from the time before.
Yeah, I have 8 hit points left.
Ah, that's a shame there. It's a real shame. So yeah, that's that orc's turn. And now it's the orc's turn who got hit by an arrow. And he also has that lovely ability to charge at things he doesn't like. So Rooney, the object of his anger, is too far away for him, but Ruby is not. So he's going to go ahead and charge from the cellar door that he appeared to have been protecting, holding his great axe high, and attempt to bring it down atop of her head. Does that hit you, Ruby? Where's your... okay, yeah, that's just 1 point, 1 point too much. All right, so that great axe comes slashing down at Ruby, shearing her across her arm as blood splatters in the air for 11 slashing damage. And she lets out a yell because that was quite painful, let me tell you. She grits her teeth and just tightens her grasp upon her hammer, preparing to return fire when she can. Rumble Rock, it's your turn.
Range
Say what?
of this one. Against the range of this orc right here.
You could dash and you would be at range with him, melee range.
Okay.
Or you could move your normal movement and do some kind of thrown weapon if you wanted to.
Yeah. Let's see. Where would I be if I go full movement? Beside, not dashing, but like full movement.
Full movement from where you are in comparison to where he was, you could probably get to within about 30 feet of where he is right now. So basically you'd be here.
Okay. He'll do that. And then let's see if I can find my things. I'm very prepared, as you can tell. Keep your filthy green hands off of her, you fucking dirty orc, and he'll smite him with Sacred Flame.
Sacred Flame?
Yeah. He has to roll a dex save.
Yes, he does. And orcs are okay with dexterity. Holy shit! So that's a nat 20! Yeah, that orc, he basically parkours it off of a rock next to him, does a full, side flip, and just lands feet planted and tosses his flowing braided locks back and goes, nice try, shorty.
I guess I'm using my pickaxe this next time.
Nyx, it's your turn.
Far away from me.
What'd you say, Nyx?
How far away am I from the this one?
About 60 feet.
60 feet. All right, let's try the what's the thing that I have? The firebolt. That one.
Okay.
That one. Let me do that. Firebolt. Where are you? I found you last time.
All right, you definitely hit that guy. Let's roll me some damage.
Yeah.
Let's see. How much HP did you have, buddy? Okay, so this orc looks really rough. He's smoking as you hit him with that firebolt. Some of those gorgeous braided locks have been burned to cinders. He looks like he's barely hanging on to life as he stands before Ruby, great axe clutched in his hand, roaring in defiance. And anything else for your turn, Nyx?
I move a little bit closer. Not too much closer, just a little bit, because I see this guy all the way over here, and I think that we probably are going to move our way that way.
Mm-hmm.
So I move a little bit closer.
All right. And just before it's Rooney's turn, you see one of the windows on the second floor open up. And for a brief moment, there is an orc silhouetted there as a javelin shoots towards you, Nyx. Does a 15 hit?
That's a good question. Probably. I'm looking at my armor class, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then yes, definitely it hits.
Yep. That'll be 8 piercing damage, Nyx.
Good gravy.
How you looking health-wise, Nyx?
Remember I had that holy health.
Mm-hmm, you sure do. Those temporary hit points.
I had that holy health.
You still have it. You had it for.
No, I don't think I have it anymore with that.
Well, maybe not anymore.
Yeah, let me take a look here. Okay, let me go back. I had 8 temporary points, so I'm back to my normal health.
At least you're not dead.
I'm not dead yet.
Emphasis on yet. Alrighty. Right. So, you get hit with a javelin. It squished right into your flesh, piercing it up near your shoulder about. It just kind of sticks there because it's a javelin. not a magical javelin. It doesn't go back to him. It's not a fucking magical lightning hammer. And
Boomerang javelin.
and the orc ducks back into the window where you can't see him anymore. Rooney, it's your turn.
Yay. Okay. So this is the one that Nyx attacked, right?
That is the one that Nyx attacked. He looks very bad off.
Baller. We're going to go for that MFR right there. And we're going to longbow it out. I'm assuming that Goldrak and Ruby are not in my direct way.
No, you can hit these guys. They're not directly in your way.
Ooh,
Does
you hit.
25 hit?
Sweet Jesus, it sure does. Go ahead and roll me that beautiful bean footage. Not that you even need to, what with him only having 1 hit point left. All right, Rooney.
7 do it?
Oh, it sure would. Why don't you tell me how you end this man?
All right, so Rooney is going to draw back her bow while still riding atop of her giant weasel wessel and shoot directly towards the orc that she saw her teammates against. She saw the javelin come out of the window, but knew that was a lost cause, so we were going to take out the one that's closest.
Mhm.
Direct hit.
Yep. You skewer him straight through his eyeball and out through the back of his head. He staggers forward, raising his axe as though he's going to bring it down on Ruby one more time before it slips from lifeless fingers. He drops to his knees before falling over to one side, bleeding out upon the roadway. And that's the second orc down. Did. All right, it is now Donnabella's turn. All right. So Donabella, I forgot that I controlled Donabella for a minute there. Sorry about that. Donabella is going to move forward just a little bit more so that she doesn't hit anybody. And she is going to unleash a, well, no, that works dead, so she can't firebolt it. So instead, she's going to dash. Started back there. She's going to go ahead and dash and use her full movement to bring herself about here, which should be within about 100 feet of the orc down there. How far does your firebolt range for you, darling?
120.
All right, so she's going to fire a firebolt at that orc. 12 does not hit. It fizzles off in the pond next to him, and he briefly looks over his shoulder at her. I'm sorry, Master Sives! And
You might go back to the
And then it is Ruby's turn, and she is going to spend it charging towards the orc that is after Scythes with a full dash movement. Let's see. She manages to almost get there. She's still about, let's see, 30, still about 40 feet away. All right, and it is Wessel the Weasel's turn. What does Wessel the Weasel want to do? Rooney? Rooney, you alive?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I was muted. My husband came into the room, so I didn't want you guys hearing him talk about Christmas presents. That's not the vibe. Wessel! Wessel's still gonna be a good boy, and he's gonna stay with me. Since I'm riding him, if he moves, I
Yes.
move too.
Correct.
Yeah. So, he sees other people moving forward. The immediate threats are gone. We are going to move up towards where Donabella and Ruby are, so that we are closer to not only the one orc that we can see that's over by Sives, but also the building where Rooney knows where the like had seen other orcs existing.
Hmm. All right, so Rooney, you get pretty close. Pretty close. You get across the road. You get about to where Donabella is because Wessel has a faster movement speed than Donabella.
Copy.
All right, Sives, it's your turn. There is an orc in front of you. He looks ready to kill.
Yeah, so
Don't get me
I was
murdered.
gonna jump into the lake and see if he would try to follow me so I could drown his ass, but everybody else came over here, so that's not an option anymore. That said, I guess I'm gonna. Let's see what can I do that's gonna cause the most damage? Because I want to go out swinging before I die.
I believe in you.
Okay. I need to look at my thing. Okay. I'm gonna cast. Can I cast magic missile at level 2?
Yes, you have access to level 2 spells, so I believe that gives you 1 extra d4 of damage.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that then, because I only have one other level 2 spell slot, and I could Misty Step again, but that seems selfish. So
Cast magic missile at level 2. Go ahead and roll that beautiful dice.
yeah. Oh.
And you get to roll it 3 more times. Okay, there we go. Let's see. 5.
It's only a level 1, I think. It doesn't give me the option to cast at level 2.
Yeah, but level 2 is just an extra d4.
Okay.
Yep.
And not that I think it will kill him, but if it does almost kill him, I want to stop just short of that.
Let me do some math first. Let's see. 5 plus 5 is 10, is 13, so you did 13 damage to him. He's still alive, but barely so.
Cool. In that case, Sives is gonna probably hold up a hand toward Ruby, who he can see charging over here, and be like, "Wait, not this one!" And then I'm gonna end my turn.
All right, Nib, it is your turn.
So let's see here. Nibby's probably a little freaked out here.
He did
seeing
just
that-
see Nyx get hit with a javelin. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Nyx is just like, no, I'm fine. Everything's cool. Everything's great.
As the javelin is sticking out of her.
Yeah. Let's see here. How far away is he from, like, Rooney and Rumble Rock here?
From Rooney and Rumble Rock, he's about 80 feet.
80 feet? He probably can't travel that far, can he?
No, I think he's only got like 30 or 25 movement.
All right, so he's just kind of coming up to, I guess, probably about where Nyx is or so, and just kind of checks on her, and it's just kind of, they're making their way over into the direction of everyone. So,
Okay.
I guess he would go about there.
Okay.
I also need to become more familiar with what attacks he has. I'm actually looking at that now.
Yeah, you should check out his sheet. Just so you know, you can access the Roll20 game here even when I'm not in it. So if you need to like get in and look at his attacks and play around with what the rolls do, that's a-okay fine.
Cool beans.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I was like, oh, he actually has an attack.
That is gonna end his turn?
Yeah, for right now, he's just kind of making sure Nyx is okay, and they're making their way over here. He's not really necessarily a fighter, so he is kind of a little unsure of what's going on at the moment.
All right. Well, at the end of your turn, one of the other upstairs windows opens, this time facing towards the pond, and another orc, you can't tell if it's the same one or a different one, is going to hurl another javelin, this time towards Wessel the Weasel.
How fucking dare
I know, right? Oh shit, that's a 24. 24 hit?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be 9 piercing damage to Wessel the
Ooh.
Weasel.
Well, he is not doing so good.
Uh-huh.
Not be doing very good at all.
And then that orc's going to duck back around so that you can't see him inside the window again. No, that's right. It's the other orc's turn, who's in front of Sives. So, Sives, you just magic missiled him all to heck. But he is not a very reasonable gentleman. And even though he's like 2 steps into the grave, he's just going to roar, raise his great axe, and charge towards you to attempt to cleave this elf who dared to smack him with magic.
Can I try to dodge?
Unfortunately, that's for your AC, my dear, which is what again?
Yeah. 12.
Well,
This is gonna hurt.
fortunately for you, he rolled an 11, which is good
Oh,
because he would have hit you for 14 damage if he had hit you.
I would have been dead.
He would have been very dead. So the orc charges you with his great axe raised. He brings it down. It slices the air just in front of you as you kind of give an instinctive jerk back. Your robe has another little tear in it again, but you take no damage because he just missed the flesh. All right, and that will be his turn. Rumble Rock, it is your turn.
How far am I?
From this orc, about 120 feet-ish.
Jesus. How
He's
should we keep
all
track of it?
around the other side of the pond.
Oh, yeah. I guess. How far is Ruby then?
Ruby is about 80 feet away from you. Actually, no, 60 feet away from you. She was right next to you when she started running.
I guess Rumble's just gonna dash to catch up.
All right, so you dash to catch up. You end up just to one side of Ruby, and she's about was it 40 feet away from this dude. Okay. That's your turn. Nyx, you're up.
All right, so let's see here. So we have Wessel, who is pretty weak at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
We have Sives, who got hit pretty hard.
Yep.
Um,
They look
Sorry,
very
so
not
also
cool.
holding his hand up like, no, don't attack, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Yeah, he did yell out not to kill the last orc, and you would have heard him.
Okay.
Sives has a very
there-
carrying voice.
Okay. Yet we still have at least one orc who's doing most of the damage.
Mhm.
Well, doing a good amount of damage from the building.
You
And
have
the windows still open?
The windows are open, but you can't see any orcs.
You don't need to see them for a magic missile.
I believe you do.
Do you? Let's see. I thought it was just it would hit. Let me see. Let me check.
You have
That
to
would
be
help me
able to
decide.
target them.
Well, I know they're there.
Yeah, but if a magic missile could hit somebody that you couldn't see, it would also be able to hit invisible people, and it can't do that.
You can see within a range. Okay.
Mm-hmm. You have to be able to see them.
Okay. And they're not in the window anymore.
They are not in the window anymore. They are using that cover that they have been given. They're throwing a javelin and darting back. But if you want to, you could hold a magic missile until you see an orc in a window.
Okay. I move closer and I hold a magic missile. And I'm not going to like it. I'm going to not like it this whole time. I am not happy about this. I'm also trying to move. Actually, let me move away a little bit. If I go like this way, I'm further away from No.
To still be in range, you'd want to be about right here to be able to still be
Would
in
I be
range
able
and
to
see
get
everybody.
to there?
Yeah. You
Okay.
were not as far away as it shows on the back. We were just spacing
Okay.
you out for purposes.
All
So
right.
you
I
you
want to be near the building,
mhm.
but I want to try to stay a little bit further away from the team
You're close to the
because
dead orc. You
okay,
are within
because
range of
magic
being
can be bad.
magic can be bad. You
Magic
are
can be bad for me.
very bad for you in particular.
Yep,
Um,
and people who are very close around me, so I want to try to move away if I need to.
potted
So I need,
plants for everyone.
yeah, falling like a blue whale from the sky. Yep.
And yeah, so you are within range to be able to hit somebody who pops
Okay.
out of any of the windows facing this side of the structure. You wouldn't be able to see anybody who's popping out from the windows on the other sides.
But the windows on my side are where mostly
One
the
of the
sneak up,
javelins
right?
has come out from the window on your side, the javelin that hit you.
Okay.
Another javelin came out on the side that faces to the pond. That's the one that hit Wessel.
Okay.
But there's at least one orc that you know of on the second floor throwing javelins, and
Okay.
they've hit you from the window that you are currently facing towards. All right, Rooney's turn. What's Rooney gonna do? She's got to hurt Wessel. There's an orc in front of her that Sives is trying to tell everybody not to kill, and there's orcs throwing javelins from second floor that you can't see.
Hood whistle.
What to sweet Wessel boy?
I'm gonna first of all getting off Wessel. Not riding Wessel anymore. He's very injured. Going to motion to him that on his next turn, obviously, he should head back. He should group with Nibby. And then I'm going to ready my bow towards the side of the house,
Mhm.
farmhouse,
Yep,
but not at any specific window.
just the ones you can see.
Yeah, just the ones I can
So
see.
you want to ready an action so that if an orc appears at one of the windows on your side of the farmhouse, that you're going to try and shoot them with the bow.
Yes.
Okie dokie. You do that. All right. And now it is Donnabella's turn. And she was gonna try a firebolt, but now that Size has indicated that he doesn't want this orc to die, she is instead gonna go ahead and use sleep. Although she cannot cast it in a way that will not also affect Sives. So I'm just gonna go ahead and cast it. One. So Sives and the orc are now asleep. They drop to the ground snoring. Well, rather,
Yeah.
the orc drops to the ground snoring. Sives just drops to the ground as if dead.
For unexplained reasons.
For unexplained reasons. And that will end her turn. It is now Ruby's turn. She's going to kind of screech to a stop as she dashes up the last bit to be where the orc is. Sives had told her not to kill the orc. She kind of looks over her shoulder at Rumble Rock and decides internally that she will not be the one to kill the orc, but she can't guarantee that the orc won't be dead in the next 5 seconds.
Yeah.
She's going to go ahead and use the last of her dash speed to make it to Sive's side, but she's not going to be able to try and wake him up yet because she used all of her movement to get there and no longer has an action. It is Wessel the Weasel's turn.
Wessel's gonna be a good boy and start heading towards Nibby
Right?
as directed.
You run to Nippy. He runs to Nippy, and he zigzags all the way.
Distance to make it to Nibby.
40, 80. He can make it almost to Nippy. Almost to Nippy. He's like 10, 20 feet away. Wessel the Weasel is very fast. All right. It is Sive's turn. Sives is asleep, and he will remain asleep until somebody wakes him up.
Yeah, I had a plan, but it's fine. It can happen later. It's fine.
Dives asleep.
Yep.
And it is now Nibby's turn.
So Nibby gets closer to Wessel. And is Nibby level 3?
Nibby is level 3. Yes, Nibby is a
Okay.
level 3 sidekick. I did forget to mention at the start of this stream, but we are playing the Dragons of Icespire Peak, which has sidekicks in it. Sidekicks are basically characters that have slightly less powers than the actual player characters would, and can follow 3 level up fields: Spellcaster, Expert, or Martial. And Nibby is a Spellcaster healer type, so he can do healy things and have a variety of spells from the sidekick Spellcaster class.
Mhm.
And he heals Wessel for 11 points of damage. Sweet Wessel boy.
Glorious. Wessel's back to full health.
Wessel showers Nibby with kisses. Weasel kisses.
Wessel gives all the snuggins
All the 11s.
and the nuzzles.
Nibby gains +2. Nibby gains +2 sanity back. From Weasel Love.
Say, like, Nibby is kind of feeling a little bit better now that Wessel is doing well, and he's like, I helped.
It is one of the orc in the window's turn, and it's gonna pop up right into your line of sight, Rooney.
There's one I can shoot?
There's one you can shoot.
I might have a slight bloodlust.
Not
Slight,
concerning at
slight.
all.
It's
That 19 definitely hits. Please roll me some damage.
Whew.
So, this orc pops up. He draws back a javelin. He's about to shoot it, and your arrow takes him straight in one of his rippling pectorals. And he changes whatever target he had been intending, and he's now going to hurl the javelin at you. Ba-dum.
I mean,
Does a
thin.
16 hit?
Yeah.
Are we beside each other at all, or are they still
Nope.
far from? Okay.
They're far from you. You are next to Ruby. Well, you're almost next to Ruby. You were next to Ruby, then Ruby ran ahead of you.
Yeah.
And Rooney is about 10 feet from you.
Oh. Just making sure.
I know you want to use that sentinel boy.
That's not even.
Yeah, I
Alright,
know.
so he's trying to hurt me.
Yep, 16 hits you.
Yeah, 16 hits me.
You take 4 points of piercing damage. Not as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Alrighty, and then
Yikes.
he's gonna rip the arrow out, throw it out the window, and spit in your direction before ducking back behind the window. Alright, Goldrack, it's your turn.
Alright, how close am I to the house?
You could probably make it there without dashing.
Can I make it to that orc without dashing?
Which orc? The sleeping orc?
The one that just did the fucking.
He's on the second floor.
Oh, okay. Well, can I enter the house?
Let's see where you are at. So where you are at, let me just go ahead and reveal some things over here on the side. Okay, so where you are, you could make it to either, if you look over here to your right, you could either make it to these cellar doors right here, or if you dashed, you could make it to the stairs over here.
What am I looking at?
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
Scroll to the right.
Here.
Oh God. Okay. Sorry. Do that again.
So yeah,
Oh, hello.
if you dash, you could make it to the stairs right here. Sorry, I have to ping. There we go. You could make it to the stairs right here if you dashed, or you could, without having to dash, make it to these cellar doors that the one orc had been protecting.
I didn't see either of your pings. Oh, I see the cellar door one.
Cellar door, stairs, cellar door, stairs.
And if I don't dash.
If you don't dash, you can make it to the cellar door. If you do dash, you can make it to the stairs.
Okay. I'll make it to the cellar door.
All right.
And then I'll make the dodge action.
All right, you make it to the cellar door, and you take the dodge action. All right, and just as you reach that cellar door and take the dodge action, there is going to be a window that opens up just over your head, or rather, the window was already open. The orc reappears in it, and Nyx fires off her magic missile.
Okay, so it is the same one then.
Actually, there does not appear to be an arrow wound on this orc.
Huh?
This orc does not appear to have an arrow wound on him, indicating it is not the orc that was shot by Rooney.
Oh, you said he was back, so I was. He's sweet.
I mean,
Sticky.
this is the same orc that shot you with a javelin, but it's
Oh,
not the same orc that was shot by Rooney's arrow.
okay.
There's a lot of orcs in this house.
There's a lot of orcs.
There's some
All
orcs
right.
in this house. There's some orcs in this house.
Give me just a moment here. Okay. And I'm only seeing one, correct?
You are currently only seeing one. He has just appeared at the window. He's got a javelin reared back, looking downwards, about to hurl it at Rumble Rock.
Okay. Okay. Let me do. I don't wanna do it. I don't wanna do it. Ugh.
You don't want to use your magic missile?
No, I have to now because I said I would.
Yeah, you do. You readied that action.
I know, and I don't want to do it, but I'm gonna do it because I already readied it. I have to press it 3 times, right? Press
Yeah.
the button 3. Okay. 2, 3.
Nice.
All right, so you hit him for 8. You hit him for 8 damage.
I'm gonna do empowered spell
Hmm?
since I'm already doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I can re-roll up to 3 times.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do 3 more here. Okay. To see which ones I got better. See here. 1, 2. Did it do 2?
You did 2, yeah.
Okay. I didn't hear a bloop, so I.
All right. So I assume you want to keep the 3s and ditch the 2s?
Yes, please.
All right, so you hit him for 9 damage.
Didn't do much better, but okay.
I mean, 9 is better than none at all. So
True,
you blast him for 9 damage, and then you go ahead and roll on that wild magic table for me, babe.
Do I do a D20? Or
I believe it's your
100?
D100 because it's definitely
Okay.
surging. It is most definitely 100% surging.
I don't wanna. Okay, hold on. Let me
that
do
sounds
the
like a
5.
you problem.
Let's see. A Modron chosen and controlled by the DM appears in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of me and disappears in a minute. Cool.
I don't like it.
Don't worry, I am further away from you guys because I purposely moved away. So I have something that I have no idea what it is.
Just give me a
appear.
Just give me a moment. Just give me a.
What is a Moldron?
Magic is scary.
I know
It
what
is.
John is, and I don't want it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. It's a.
Mhm.
I don't even know how to describe that. That is
Not good for your health.
no. Especially if he has the pointy stick like this one does. Oh, I don't like the one with that face. Oh,
You're in danger.
yes, very, very, very much so. Oh, that one has.
At least
ears.
it's
That one
just a
has an eye.
Modron and not a Duodron or a Quadron.
True, because I didn't know those existed either. Until you now just use those words. Oh,
Hmm.
this one looks like Mike Wazowski.
I just have to find an actual, gosh darn. Here we go.
Hey, Aaron.
Yes, yes.
I just had a peek at the Twitch, and the map you have up doesn't look like the one that I have up.
Oh, doesn't it?
No.
All right.
Did you scroll out and look to the right?
No, but like the map on the Twitch stream still has us up by the fence, not over by the building.
How's
like
it
the
now?
There we go.
Yeah, I just had to tab back in again to it. Thank you for letting me know.
No worries.
All right, let's see. There he is. Gosh darn it, it's quite hard to find an actual Modron stat block. Here we go. All right. Well, that's not too bad. Oh, but it's not the full stat block. Gosh darn it. Well, this is unfortunate.
I remember one. Work. Yeah.
All right, we're winging it. So, the, yep. So, the Modron pops into existence directly next to you, Nyx. And it kind of sputters and whirs and looks around. Directive!
Fight the orcs.
Does not compute. Please. Reinstate directive.
Disengage.
Error. Unauthorized user. Engage. Engage. And, two kind of spindly, flittery looking wings sprout from its back. And it seems to raise a hand, and a sword kind of springs into existence, being built out of its hand itself, and it points it in your direction. And that is going to end its turn.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a second here. I just want to check something real quickly here. And then I'm going to ask my question.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have meta magic, I use empowered spell.
Mm-hmm.
Am I also allowed to do twin spell and use twin spell on the Modron?
You would have been if you had done it in the moment. The moment has passed.
All right, just asking. Cool. All right.
And you wouldn't have been able to use it on the Modron, but you could have used it on the orc.
No, because I have to use it on a different.
Oh yeah, that's right, twin spell.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay.
You lost the moment.
Cool. All right.
The moment is passed.
Yay!
It is an ex-parrot.
And here's the Modron.
Yeah.
Boop.
Mike Wazowski.
Basically. All right. Oh shoot! I have lost the roll. There it is. Turn order. Here we go. it is now Rooney's turn. Rooney, what you doing?
What's Rooney gonna do?
What is Rooney gonna do?
So this weird thing just appeared next to Nick.
Yep, and it created a sword from its very own arm. It appears to be made of metal.
And is it threatening?
It drew a sword and pointed it at Nyx.
That does sound very threatening.
A mouth?
Sort of.
Can you duck down?
I can duck if you need me to.
You can duck on your turn.
Okay. So Rooney feels a connection with Nyx. I feel like this thing's threatening my friend, and she gonna have to do a little scooty scoot over here around that orc's dead body, and slightly out of the way of Nyx, and just do a nice old classic
Miss.
that one miss.
All right, I am going to need you to hold on just 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Crit fail table. Da 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 da. Ba 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 ba. Melee weapons. Roll me a d20.
Yeah, I remember how.
5. Let's see. Your string snaps as you are pulling it back.
Oh. Ah.
Your bowstrings just snaps as you're pulling it back to draw a bead on this guy. And you're gonna have to spend.
It's the first time that's happened to me.
Yeah, you're gonna have to spend your next turn repairing it.
I don't have mending.
It's all right. You are an archer. You do have spare bowstrings. This is a thing that does happen to people who do archery from time to time. So you have spare bowstrings. It's gonna take your entirety of your next turn to fix this. Yeah. And it is now Donnabella's turn. And she is going to kind of move a little bit closer to where Sibes is, but Ruby's already over there. So instead she's going to turn her attention to the house and ready a firebolt in case an orc appears in one of those windows. Ruby is going to go ahead and reach down and shake Sibes awake.
Awesome. Sives is gonna wake up with a what happened?
Your apprentice's sleep spell finally actually worked on something.
Good. Good to see she's progressing.
And she's going to use the rest of her action to help you to your feet so that you have your movement next turn. All right. And Wessel the Weasel's turn. He's off with Nibby.
Wessel's so excited because he's back. So he nuzzles the Nibby. So after properly nuzzling the Nibby,
Which is a full turn. I mean, just gotta properly nuzzle your Nibby.
if you want it to be a full turn,
I'm joking. I am so joking. Nuzzling is a free action.
Say otherwise, he's going to come back over here to Rooney and await the next command. But he's gonna ready bite because he saw Rooney lift her bow towards something, even though it then went back down.
All right, so he comes around, and he manages to get there with a dash. And
if he dashes and he can't ready then
Yeah.
can he?
Actually, no, he probably would have got there with his whole movement. I forgot Nibby's not actually as far away as I think he is. So he gets to where Rooney is. He's got a bite ready. He does see the Modron. Is he going to attempt to bite the Modron, or is he just holding a bite to see what the Modron does?
I think he's just holding.
All right.
Because I didn't actually attack it. I started to, but then the bow went back down.
Yeah, you snapped that string. All right, so the Modron raises its sword and it is about to swing on Nyx when a orc pops up from the window. Different orc than the one that you had shot. This one looks like he hasn't been hit with a magic missile or an arrow. And he... Maybe. And he's going to see this weird mechanical thing and he's going to throw a javelin at the Motron. And that is going to hit the Motron, spearing it straight through its center for 6 piercing damage. The Motron is going to glitch and start to spark, looking down at the javelin that is exiting it. Its little singular eye telescoping in and out, shifting to look at the orc in the window, telescoping in and out. Target acquired! And it's going to whir and flap its mechanized little wings, raise up off the ground, and go zooming towards the orc in the window, whose mouth is going to hang open as suddenly a Motron is attempting to spear it with a sword.
So it might have been a good thing that you didn't actually shoot it with an arrow.
And he is going to hit.
Second there, I thought it was he hit for 16 damage. I was like, whew.
No, he just rolled a 16.
Yeah, I realized that after a moment, but at first I was like, oh goodness gracious.
He's going to hit for 4 damage. He's going to stab the orc for 4 damage and is now standing in the windowsill. All right, Stives, it's your turn.
Right. Okay, so the orc. This orc is still alive, yes?
Alive but asleep.
Cool. Size is gonna go over here and stab him in the neck with the dagger.
He is prone. He cannot stop you. Go ahead and roll the attack with advantage.
He just kind of looks around, gets up, walks over. Okay.
Poke, poke.
How did you miss? Even with advantage. Actually,
Still a little woozy.
is it an auto hit if they're asleep? Hold on, let me check my sleep
I
spell.
was gonna say, they can't, unless they rolled over in their sleep.
I mean, he might have.
You never know with comedic timing.
Unfortunate.
I was just gonna say that like Size just woozy. One check brain.
Yeah, I think Sives is just woozy. So you go to stab him and you kind of keel over just a little bit and you stab the ground next to him and it looks very dramatic because you're placed there with one hand to either side of his head as he snores directly into your face. It was romantic for a minute until he sleep burps at you and then it's like, ugh. Anything else for your turn, Sives? You can get back up if you want.
Yeah, Side's gonna get back up and stare at the dagger, and it looks like he's thinking at it real hard.
What's he thinking at it?
Well, I don't know if this counts as battle anymore. Does it count as battle if he's asleep, if I murder him while he's asleep? I don't think that counts. Why don't we find somebody else to murder?
I guess so.
Yeah, that seems good. Okay. I can wait for him to wake up. That also counts. I can give him a sword. Then it'll be battle.
It's Nibby's turn.
Okay, so Nibby is going to move closer to everyone over here. And let me look at my little thing here. And is going to let's see here. What is
Can I? What is bless again? Hold on a second. Let me see what bless is.
So when you bless a creature, basically for the next minute, I believe it is, minute to 3 minutes, I forget which it is, they can add 1d4 onto attacks and saves.
Okay, he's going to bless Rooney and Wessel and Nix.
Okay.
Blessings.
So Rooney, Wessel, and Nyx for the next, how long is it? Is it 1 minute or 3
1
minutes?
minute. Mm-hmm.
For the next 1 minute, which is basically like 10 turns or so, you will be able to add a 1d4 onto any attack that you're making or saving throw that you're making. Yay! Anything else for your turn, Nibby?
Well, actually, he's going to kind of stand behind everybody. He's still kind of
Squishy.
nervous, so he's actually standing kind of behind everyone.
Which is super easy because except for Rooney, he's smaller than everyone. Alright, so Nib tucks back there, using everybody as shields. The orc is still asleep. Goldrak, what are you doing?
Entering the farmhouse.
Alright, so you trying to get into the cellar?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Alright, so you try to open up the cellar. Go ahead and give me a strength check because it does have what appears to be a lock on the outside.
Alright, I did not do it.
So you grab it and you pull, you grunt, and you strain, and you don't manage to get it open. That is a pretty sturdy ass lock.
Tragic. Can you try and start moving towards this direction then?
Apparently. Oh. I was about to show you something weird in this kid's song. Alright, well you can show it to me later, baby. Alright. Alright, and what was that, Goldrak?
Can you go back, head towards this direction here?
Sure. Those are actual 5 foot tiles, and you've got your movement of 35 feet.
And there it is. Dwarf speed.
Dwarf speed. Woo woo. Alright, so you make it to there.
Alright.
Next.
Your turn. Onwards.
It is about to be your turn when you see up there in the window where the Modron is perching two javelins thrust by 2 different orcs, one that appears to be the one that he had just attacked and the other bearing the scorch marks of your magic missile. 2 javelins pierce through the body of the Modron, and as they stab melee-wise into him, and he starts falling out of the window back towards the ground. Rumble Rock has moved, so he's not in danger of getting hit by this thing, so it smashes into the ground next to the cellar and whirs and beeps, raising a mechanical hand to the sky before it falls limp.
Okay. So there are 2 orcs visible in the window.
They were visible. As soon as they finish stabbing, they move away from the window.
Of course they do.
They're not
Okay.
dumb.
Okay. Nyx goes over and touches the bow and does mending on Rooney's bow.
Oh, fantastic. So, Rooney, you no longer have to spend your turn fixing a bow. Your bow works now.
Okay.
Anything else for you?
And then I guess probably the safest thing to try to do would probably be, of course, everybody's kind of, behind me here, but probably the best thing to do would be sort of counterintuitive, would be to move closer to the house, because being sort of in the field where everybody can throw javelins at you, because they apparently have an unlimited amount of javelins.
A perk of being an orc, yep.
Yeah, so I kind of like tell everyone we should kind of move closer to the house, so that way we're not sort of like in the line of fire across the way. So she's going to kind of start moving towards the house, even though then we're closer to the orcs, but at least, we, they're not hiding in. Whoa, okay, I disappeared.
Are you going in with Goldreck?
You
Not yet.
you made it to the side of the house.
Yeah, so, yeah. There we go. Okay. And I guess that's it.
The little machiney thing is dead, right?
The machiney thing is quite dead. Let me put his little death marker on him so you don't have to worry about the machiney thing anymore. All right, machiney thing is dead. Rooney, it's your turn.
All right. I'm gonna follow Goldreck's lead, and I'm going to tell Wessel to come with me on his turn to follow through on his turn. But I'm gonna head in.
Okay, you can make it to about right there.
Okay.
All right,
That's
Donna.
not with the dash, right? That's just normal movement.
That's with the dash. You were a bit further away.
Okay, that's fine.
Also, your movement speed isn't as much as Nyx's is.
Gotcha.
You're faster when you're on, Wessel.
Yeah.
All right. Donnabella's going to see you guys kind of disappearing around the edge of the house, and she's going to look at Ruby and Sibes and be like, guys, there, so I'm going to just, okay. And she's going to move towards the house. She has to dash to get up against the house on this side, right next to the chimney. Okie dokie.
I'm still here. I'm just, yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
And then it is Ruby's turn, and she's gonna be like, "So, can I kill him?" Besides,
Well, see, Symes gives a quick look around to see who's within earshot, and it's nobody. Cool. So Symes is gonna go ahead and look at the dagger and look at Ruby and look at the orc and just shrug and say, well, you know, you remember that orc that gave us the directions and I promised him to help him into the afterlife?
so do you want me to kill the one on the ground or not? It's an easy question. I don't need a backstory.
Well, long story short, I was supposed to kill him with this dagger, but it's not possible if he's asleep. So, go ahead, I guess. Or we could ask him questions, I guess. I don't know how interrogation works.
I think I'd rather kill him considering how many more are in the house. And she's gonna raise her hammer and for the first time in this entire fight, be able to make a goddamn attack. Alright, she's gonna do it.
Hopefully not miss because he rolled over.
She does have advantage because he is prone. And she is going to hit him for 4 damage. Actually, I believe when they are prone, it's an auto crit. Let me double check. Actually, you know what? It doesn't even matter. He only had 2 HP left. She raises the hammer, she brings it down on his head and squishes it into paste.
Can't believe you'd kill such a beautiful, innocent orc like that. For blood. Who would do such a thing?
Rumble Rock from across the other side of the house, even though he didn't get to feel this, suddenly just gets this tiny shoot of joy in his cold little heart.
Mm-hmm.
This tiny just shot of bliss.
Grinch heart.
Alright, then I'm gonna, and she shoulders her hammer and she starts running towards the house. She's only able to make it to about 60 feet from it because she has short legs and also it's kind of far away. And she can't dash because she took an action. Wessel the Weasel, you were told to go after Rooney. Do you go after Rooney?
Yes, he does.
Wessel the Weasel is fast, and Wessel the Weasel can get like all the way right here if Wessel the Weasel wants to.
Wessel will be
Where'd Rooney
right
go?
on top
Oh.
of her.
Gotcha. I see what happened. Okay.
Stives,
zoom
it's
out.
now your turn, Stives.
Oh, good. Sides just like glances down at the dead orc and just shrugs and goes towards the house, I guess.
Dashing
Let's see.
or walking?
Probably just walking. It's fine. It's not that important. Nobody's screaming.
You get to where Ruby is. You both are about 60 feet from the house.
Yeah, just walking and just on the way explaining what the whole deal with the dagger was. Not lecturing her, just like, hey, so I need to use this dagger to kill an orc in honorable battle, and then we don't have to deal with it anymore. Just
Well-
so you know, if I try to do something stupid.
Well, don't you think you should give it to somebody who might be, like, in melee range without dying then?
And he offers her the dagger.
Alright then, and she takes the dagger. And she puts it on her belt.
Just make sure it's the killing blow. That's what counts.
Alright, I'll make sure.
Thank you, Ruby. You're such a kind lady. And if you need the talk, by the way, I'm here. Pat pat.
It's alright. It's don't worry about it. It'll be fine after a good night's sleep and dead orcs. That's all we need to worry about. And it's Nibby's turn now.
And Nibby's like, everybody's running to the house. I guess I go to the house and just kind of runs up behind Nix and kind of like hides as hopefully behind her. I'm not sure how far he can go.
He can get about 20 feet from the house, so he's like right
Or,
here.
Like, behind Rooney.
He's like, guys, wait up! More like finger knives.
True. Does that count as an unarmed weapon if I stab somebody with my sharp fingers?
I think it's an improvised weapon.
Fuck yeah!
Alright. It's Goldrak's turn. Goldrak, what you doing?
Turn. Slowly following into the house, slowly but surely.
Alright, there is a door right here at the top of these stairs. Is that where you're headed?
Yes.
Alright, you get to the door. Are you going to try and open the door? Or are you waiting for everybody else?
Grumble Rock is very angry and wants to open the door.
Alright. So Rumble Rock is going to close a hand on the door handle. You jiggle it, and you find that it is locked. What do? You kick the door?
Break door, break door.
Please,
door.
please roll me a strength check on this door.
Anger door.
Yeah, because I don't think any of us can like.
So you kick the door and stub your toe.
He's having really good luck with this. He's gonna keep going. He's gonna keep going. It's not gonna stop him. He's mad. He's got pent up rage.
I can just see it like, shaking the cellar door and then being like, ah, and then walking up the stairs, shaking the door.
Yeah. They all saw us coming, but now they know exactly where we are.
Oh, next it's your turn. What you gonna do? You're next to the cellar door, also next to a window, but the window is kind of like at your head height. It's not on the second floor, it's on the first floor, but the first floor is like raised, you know?
Okay.
And
You have to go up the steps to like the porch there.
exactly. And you saw Rumble Rock go around the house and then what sounded like a door being kicked and dwarven curses being shouted.
Right. All right. And so the cellar door, was it locked or was it?
It was
like,
locked. It's got a padlock on it.
Okay.
I feel like you can use your hammer on that.
So let me see here.
I don't think you have to resummon your familiar. He's just there, isn't he? I don't
think he never went away.
He never went away. You never dropped unconscious.
Didn't I? Wasn't I asleep?
You were asleep. You were not unconscious.
Oh. Well, in that case, the familiar is just watching out for backup.
He's just flying around in the sky, sleeping, just like, all right, wake me up.
Running perception checks.
Wake me
once,
up
once
before
combat
you
too.
go kill.
Yeah.
All right, Nix, what
right.
are you doing?
Okay, so Nyx is let's see here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can go like here, right? Can
Mhm.
I see the door? Like, is Rumble Rock in the way of the door, or
Rumble
like?
Rock would be in the way of the door because you are down the stairs. If you were on the same level as him, you could probably do something to the door, but you're down a set of stairs. He's basically
Right.
blocking your view of said door.
Okay. Then I guess I can't really do anything. Can I just kind of ready like a firebolt just in case something comes out of the door
Sure,
or the window?
you can definitely ready a firebolt to fire at the first enemy that you see if you see an
All
enemy.
right, cool.
Rooney, it's your turn. Also,
Hey.
yeah, also roll me a perception check, by the by.
What? Okay.
Rooney, as you were approaching the house, as you kind of draw level with the cellar door, you hear very faintly, "Help! Somebody out there, help!" coming from the cellar.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to. Oh man. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'm gonna go over here if I math correctly. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And then, so now I'm with Wessel and within earshot, hopefully, of Nyx and Rumble Rock. And I'm going to say, guys, they're not dead. We have to hurry.
The orcs, we need to kill the orcs. I'm not dead yet. It's the issue.
Yeah, it's totally what they meant.
And I would have to dash to get to the thing, and I would much rather have have a shot ready with my newly repaired bow at the windows on this side than to be up on the level where like I know my strength check isn't going to open that door. So I'm going to ready my bow to shoot at one of these windows should an orc appear.
All right, so you ready your bow to shoot at the window if there's an orc and excuse me, sorry.
And I motioned to Wessel to follow Rumble Rock's lead because I am also very into getting into this building and out of javelin distance.
All right. It is now Donnabella's turn. Donnabella is going to go ahead and sprint her way around the side of the house. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is 30. Yep, she's going to have to go a dash. And she makes it to this door. She's not able to open it yet, but she makes it to this door that's on the other side. All right, and now it's Ruby's turn. And with a dash action, she is going to be able to make it to about here. Wessel's turn.
Wessel, being the goodest boy, listens and gets up to where Rumble Rock is.
Ready's a bite.
Ready's a bite.
Yeah, Nick's knowing mending was really good.
Yeah, that was very, very good. Thank you.
It was like I was trying to figure out like what she would know, and I was like, mending, and then I was like, that's really weird to have, like, and I was like, well, it matches like her history, so I'm like, Okay, she'll know mending. I'm never going to use this ever.
Mending is used so frequently by Sives because of just what we get into.
Oh God, how many times has your cloak been mended by now, Sives?
Huh.
A lot. Speaking of,
Yeah. Mm.
it's Sives' turn now.
Fun. Yeah, Sias is gonna order or ask the Dragonling to, keep an eye out and let him know if anything approaches that doesn't look like it's not. If anything looks bad and it approaches, just make noise. And try to distract them away from the house.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm gonna go inside.
All right, so you're gonna come right over here. You'll be able to make it to a little bit ahead of where Ruby did because she can't go as fast as you can. So you make it to about right there.
Yeah, Sias is gonna go about there and just Danabella, there you are. Do you happen to know what's going on? I was out of commission for a minute there.
Oh,
What's up, by the way?
there's orcs inside, Master Sives. They were shooting javelins out the windows at us. The others are going in on the other side, but there's a door here too. We can go in it.
I mean, I think they call that flanking, and I think it's a good idea. Let's go.
Awesome. And she'll definitely try to open that door on her next turn. Nibby, what you doing, Nibby?
He's running frantically, like, don't leave me behind. I think he gets to about here. I think that was 25.
I think you can go like one more square.
Right. So he would go here, and I don't think we really have anything to do. Let me take a look here. Give me just a moment. I need to figure out which of these abilities are cantrips. That one and that one are cantrips. Okay. Okay.
Donabella positively beams at Sive's positive reinforcement.
um.
From the other side of the building, I can like feel the energy.
I'm very comfortable with the energy we've created in the studio today.
Okay. And I guess he would prepare Sacred Flame because he doesn't know what else to do, and that's like his only attack. And he's like, "All right, we're doing this. All right, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready."
Oh,
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Not that excited.
not a happy. I'm ready.
Kind of like a sobbing, like, "I'm ready. Okay."
And now it's back to Goldrak. Goldrak, there's a door in front of you keeping you from orcs. What do you do?
And a
I fucking
large,
kick it.
and a large
You get it
shield
this
next
time.
to you, ready to attack.
You do fucking kick it. Go ahead and roll me a d10 of damage to that door.
What kind of roll? What am I rolling?
Roll me a d10. Let me see how much you kick that door.
How much should I kick this door off?
Oh, yeah. So you raise up your boot, you slam it towards the door, and it goes flying into the room and skitters across the floor in a bunch of splinters. And you see inside. You see standing inside. Let's see. Where's the thingy? I said GM overlay. God damn it. But you see standing inside with great axes at the ready 2 orcs who smirk at you and say, well, the first one smirks at you and says, "It's about time, Dirt Man." And we're going to end the session there for the night.
Oh my god.
Wait, Dirt Man.
Dirt Man.
Ooh, I remember that.
And
I remember that.
Many dead orcs.
so yeah, that's gonna end the session there for the night. I hope everybody had fun.
I did.
Hell yeah! I'm so
Spoke to a
glad
friend.
Bojack is back.
I'm sorry for the technical difficulties on the one side of the stream that led to not the whole picture being seen the whole time.
It's totally fine.
I will figure out more about how to do that later.
That's
They
fine.
use their imaginations.
Hey, Kat,
Mm-hmm.
what is it that Nibby has readied?
Sacred flame? Is that what it's called? Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making a note because in a week I won't remember. Did
Nibby
anyone have
ready.
anything else ready?
Nyx has a firebolt ready. Not fireboat. Firebolt ready.
And Wessel the Weasel has a bite ready, and you have an arrow ready.
Aw, I forgot
Bite
about my arrow.
ready. Rooney has arrow ready. I can't remember if that's how you spell Rooney.
RHUNI.
Yep, okay.
Alrighty, and then
And as far as I know, Lil is with Oxfriend.
Hopefully. Let's roll. Let's go ahead and roll a d20, shall we? Find out.
Oh,
Did Lil make it to Oxfriend? Lil made it to Oxfriend.
oh my god.
Oxfriend and Ponyfriend. She's been hanging out with Oxfriend and Ponyfriend, flitting back and forth between the two of them, and having fun ringing the bell.
I'm sure the ox is having a great time too.
The ox has sunk into a deep and all-encompassing depression. He's writing emo poetry in his mind, mourning the loss of his love.
I mean, I feel like he's been doing that since it happened.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
I love it.
Only it goes more like moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo. All right, you guys. I hope you had fun tonight. I know I sure did. I know we ran kind of late, but what with us not having to work tomorrow, probably worth it.
Can't wait for next week or tomorrow or whenever we come pick it up again.
Tomorrow is Thursday, yes?
Well, today is technically Thursday.
Today is Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday.
I know.
I don't.
Happy pre-Christmas day.
Happy pre-Christmas day.
Happy pre-Christmas.
We probably are not going to be playing on Christmas Day just because I suspect everybody needs to do family stuff. But I am available.
I should not Christmas Eve because I have all of the children things.
Well, of course we wouldn't do it Christmas Eve because it's Christmas Eve. But I meant Christmas Day is what Friday is, and also we shouldn't do it Christmas Day because children and toys and all fun stuff. What's everybody doing Sunday night?
Sleeping.
Working. Okay. Monday night?
Working.
Tuesday night?
When are you not working?
I work this week's weird. I'm working Thursday this week.
Okay, this is next week we're talking about.
Yeah, next week. Not this next week. Yeah.
So what day are you not working next week?
Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday.
Okay, how does everybody feel about Tuesday or Wednesday?
I can do whatever. There are literally 0 shifts on the app. So.
Now you say that, but last time.
Yeah, no, but so keep in mind if a wild shift appears because there are currently 0.
Yeah, I know.
Take it.
I know. I know. All right, well, let's try for the 29th because the 30th is my last day off and I go back on the 31st.
I'm gonna be exhausted on the 30th. So
I'm sorry. What happened? What is there something else besides this that's you got to do on the 29th?
no, not the 29th, the 30th. The 30th. We're going to Longwood.
Oh
Mm.
shit.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a risk, but it's outside, so fingers crossed, we'll be fine.
All right. So are you okay for the Tuesday, the 29th, or no?
Yeah. I can do Tuesday.
Okay, cool. All right,
As long as
Tuesday.
it doesn't pop up for Wednesday morning at like 3 a.m., then I will be there.
Awesome. So yeah, Tuesday the 29th. How does 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock sound to everybody? Which time would we prefer?
Either or.
Does not matter to me.
Stacy,
So-
you're the one with kids.
9 would be better for me so that I can at least help get the baby to bed.
All right, 9 o'clock it is then. 9 p.m. My time.
Eastern Standard Time.
Yes,
Ow.
9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Tuesday the 29th. We will see you all again then.
See y'all later.
And remember, vaccinate your oxes for rabies.